Amigo?
There you go.
Amigo?
Whenever you're ready, let her know.
Casamigo, that's good.
Okay, he's saying it's a wrap,
That's
or
right,
maybe he's saying
amigos.
go, something like that.
Good.
Okay, welcome everybody. It's the January 12th Basalt Town Council meeting. We are calling this meeting to order exactly on time at 6:01. Could we get a roll call, Pam?
Here.
Mark Hill,
Here.
Here. Jackie Woodson,
Here.
Herschel Ross,
Here.
Rick Stevens,
Here.
Rob Levitt.
Here.
Everybody's present.
Thank you, Pamela. Before we start, we always like to thank Grassroots for broadcasting our meetings live and for rebroadcasting our meetings. You can actually find these meetings by going to www.grassrootstv.org and search for live stream Town of Basalt, and you will find us. Tomorrow morning, as in all Wednesday mornings after a council meeting, I will be at Saxy's at 8 o'clock to meet with any of you who want to come discuss anything with me or ask questions. And if I can't deal with it, I'll bring you over to Mike Scanlon. Yeah, okay. And that's it on the announcements. So our first item is the consent agenda, and the only thing looks like we have on the consent agenda is the last minutes. Are there any questions, comments, or is there a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. The next item is council comments, reports, or disclosures. Yes, sir.
On January 20th, the Aspen Community Foundation, with their Cradle to Career initiative and their business roundtable, it includes about 30 businesses in the Roaring Fork Valley, will be meeting with an elected officials committee from Eagle, Pitkin, and the town of Basalt to figure out how to provide affordable daycare and opportunities for early childhood education, and also continuing that theme into career mentoring and things like that, all the way up to where they actually decide whether they're going to go into the workforce or to a university. So this is a pretty big deal. Those officials, I believe, have provided with quite a bit of data on the needs. There's right now at Blue Lake Preschool, there's 167 children on the waiting list, and no room for any of them. There's a pent-up fund in Garfield County that we can't access because it's available only to Garfield County parents, and apparently nobody in Garfield County has any place to put any children either, so that pot of money is just sitting there. So really trying to move this forward. I think the private sector recognizes more than anyone how critical it is, how much their employees are stressed out over not being able to find adequate daycare, and we're trying to convince the local governments, and this is kind of become the epicenter of this effort, to put their heads together and come up with some solutions that we can partner with to get this done. So if you have any feedback for that or any suggestions for me, I'd be happy to take them to the meeting. It's at the 3rd Street Center on Wednesday morning. So, we'd sure like to get some momentum behind this and get it going.
Other council comments? Yes, Bernie?
I've had a few complaints about the traffic curb bulb out in front of RMI building, that it's difficult to see and it whacks your tires and throws them out of balance, and people aren't too happy about it. I've hit it. I wonder if there's anything we can do to make that more visible to traffic.
I've heard similar complaints about it.
Gee, some reflectors or something, huh?
Anyway, staff can take a look and get back to us on that one. Yes.
About a month ago, our mayor took another member of our council to task for, as an individual, requiring the staff to do a bunch of work on an ordinance between first and second reading. And I'd like to say that I support that stand entirely, that we have an established protocol. It works. The gap between first reading and second reading should be no cause for panic in amidst the public or anybody else. At first reading, the staff does an amazing job. I mean, I've been on elected boards in other constituencies, and our staff is amazing, and they do an objective, thorough presentation at first ordinance. And then our protocol that we should follow is for all of us at that time to take the evidence presented by the public and the staff, and if we have more questions, if we need to flesh out things on the bone, if we want more to come back at second reading, then as a group, we ask that, of the staff, that is a way it's supposed to work. If it's second reading, we don't have enough information of the things that either the public asked about or we asked about, then we can always, as a group, vote to see if at that time we need the table. That's our protocol. It works. I support the mayor in that. I'd also like to say there was a big flap in the media about the mayor inadvertently violating the open meeting laws. And I would like to throw out to our council as a whole, in a public meeting, the way we're supposed to ask for things, if it might not be a good idea to start the year with a work session with our attorney to make sure that we're all aware of what are the things we're not supposed to talk about here or there, whatever. We don't want to violate the open meetings. We certainly have open meetings. We should do that. And then the only other thing that I wanted to comment on, totally out of character, this may shock some people. I'd like to recognize Scott Condon. He comes to the meetings. He does his homeworks. He listens to both sides of the presentations. You don't see other media here doing that. And so what you get from some other journalists is speculation without even having heard the presentations by whatever applicants for whichever ordinance. And I give Scott a lot of credit. He's about the only one who can find Basalt without a GPS roadmap. And I appreciate the effort he puts in, and that if he has questions afterwards, he comes and talks to staff, and at least he does his research before he writes an opinion piece. Those were my comments.
Thank you, Doc. Anyone else? Any other council comments,
So
reports?
to follow up on your second point on a work session,
Yeah.
are you making a motion to do that? Because I would do that. I think that,
I don't know that we need,
Don't need a motion for that.
a motion, but I think, there have to be enough of us interested that, again, it isn't an individual pushing an agenda.
It's a great idea.
Is,
If
What do you
there's
think,
general
Garrett?
agreement, I can arrange to do that.
you're okay?
on the next agenda,
I can do it whenever you want. I'll be ready.
well, I think it's important to do
The
it.
next work session agenda, when would that be?
The 26th.
You want to do it? Do we have room?
We'll have to look at our schedule.
Let's do this part outside
Okay.
of here.
Yeah.
This-
But if we have
Well,
room on the agenda.
it sounds like,
Meetings.
we'd like to, so maybe you can find an appropriate date.
My-
You have
I
another
think-
one, Rick?
Yeah, well, I think that what we talked about previously on this subject was, you talk to the manager, you make a suggestion, but it's best to follow it up with a motion
Yeah,
to make sure that it happens. So this is a critical enough subject matter, I think, to get it out on the table and have a discussion. We've got 4 months till an election, and I think it should be clear to everybody how, to behave on these issues, whether it's an action, an application or a resolution or whatever it is. And I think that, if we don't move to do it on a date certain, it's gonna slip.
Okay,
I don't think.
what date you recommend?
It's just that we have a lot of.
staff, a little bit of flexibility in this and say in the next month or so. It's not like emergency appendectomy or anything. We just need to get it done. Okay.
So I would move to get it done by February 9th.
Tom says we don't
Do it
need a
if you want,
motion.
that's fine. It's informal, but if you want to vote, that's fine.
Does anybody have a problem with February 9th, or is there?
It works for me.
Works for me.
Okey doke.
Done.
Anybody else? All right. Our next item is citizen comments for items that are not on the agenda and items added to the agenda after the deadline. So this portion of the meeting is always reserved for people who have comments about basically anything to do with town business. We never take action on those comments. And so just so you know, we will not be taking action tonight or discussing any of the issues that are brought up. But we would like to open it up and accept comments for items that are not on the agenda. And if we could limit each, say, subject matter to maybe 10, 15 minutes, that would be great for all of us, because we have also some other huge business, as you are aware, right after that. So we're gonna open that portion of the meeting up right now for comments not on the agenda. If you just want to raise your hand, state your name, and go for it, Kathy.
Hi, thank you for taking our comments.
And I think you might need to come up here to the microphone these
So they
days.
can get recorded or
One of-
actually hear.
one of
Either
those.
one, either one.
This is fine.
The sitting microphone is always more comfortable.
Okay. So thank you for taking my comments. I'm Kathy Click. I'm a Town of Basalt citizen. And I'm going to read my comments so that I don't flub it up. On behalf of the Pan and Fork River Park Citizens Committee, we are here to present to you our Citizens Initiative. The committee comprises myself and Mark Harvey, who's behind me, also Doug McDonald, who's also behind me, 3 former Basalt Town Councilors, John Fox Rubin, Peter McBride, and Katie Schwar, Basalt business owner Belle Carpenter, and former DAC committee member Greg Sugars. These petitions ask that the town council put the question of the Pan and Fork River Park to the Basalt voters at the April 5th municipal election. We further ask that this matter be on the council agenda at your next regular meeting on January 26th, if that's so. In 1 week's time, beginning with the community bonfire last Sunday, the 3rd, we have collected 349 signatures from registered Basalt voters. The signers have agreed with our 2-pronged proposal, one attached to an ordinance that asked the town to buy the 2.3-acre CDC parcel, and the second presenting the Tabor question to give the town authority to incur debt. Most importantly, the 349 signers agree that they would like to vote on the future of the Pan and Fork River Park. We also present this letter from our attorney explaining how the council can, on its own, put the ordinances on the ballot through its own actions. Even if staff believes there are deficiencies with the petitions as a citizen's initiative, there are provisions in state law that allow you as a council to forward the ordinances on your own. We ask you to consider this in the coming weeks. And this letter, I have copies for everybody here.
Thanks, Kath.
That's fine, thank you.
Watch out for that.
It's a
Forgot
trap.
about all
Perilous
this.
up there.
There's a lot of ropes on the floor.
We are presenting these petitions tonight to the town clerk so Pam may begin the process of certifying the signatures. And these are the petitions. And Mark Harvey would like to make some comments.
Hello, Mark.
How are you? Good to see you. Well, thanks for hearing our comments tonight on the Pan and Fork River Park, and I just wanted to make some brief comments about how this petition came about, how the committee came about. And I think it's a good thing we're having this debate about the whole thing. I think it's a good thing. It's a vigorous debate. It's awkward at times, but I think it's just going to give us a much better project down the road. Some people have been following the Pan and Fork River Park for years, 5 years or more. But I think for a lot of people, the value of this piece of land really didn't become evident as a turning point in Basalt's future until the land was cleared and everyone saw the green space, they saw the views, they saw the access to the river. And from that point on, I think a lot of town residents, they began to see this park and this parcel as a once-in-a-life opportunity for the town. It's really the only piece of land that's next to the river and next to the center of town. There's just nothing like it. So, a lot of people really believe that this, since it's such a rare opportunity, we've got to get it right. And it's a great opportunity to really make this town come alive. So a lot of people began to express in conversations and letters the idea that great spaces don't come by accident. They don't come easy. They're hard to make. They rarely follow the path of least resistance. They rarely follow the path of financial expediency. And if you've been following the papers, you've seen, lots and lots of letters from people like Greg Sugars and Bill Carpenter, Doug McDonald, Mark Kwasinski, John Fox Rubin, Pete McBride, Kathy Click, just to mention a few. There's been letters from the opposition too. Steve Chase, I think, is here. He wrote a letter, a good letter today, and I don't happen to agree with it, but I appreciate the fact that he's a committee and we wrote a petition. The town attorney didn't like our first petition, so we wrote another. And in a very short period of time, we got 300 signatures, or more than 300 signatures. It's been about a week. And I have to admit, I didn't really feel like canvassing this past week. I don't really like to go bother people at 5 or 6 o'clock when they're starting dinner. But I have to tell you, it was almost effortless, and it was actually a joy to go around these neighborhoods and talk to people about this. And most everyone I talked to who is a town resident, I was met with enthusiasm, and I got a signature. Of all the Basalt residents I talked to, only 2 said no, and one of those reasons for saying no was the fellow didn't feel he had enough information on it. So there's a lot of enthusiasm about this. There's a lot of interest in it, and it was actually fun to canvass. The petition isn't perfect. It doesn't answer every question, but we think it's reasonable. It allows for some development. It allows for some real green space, and it allows for lots of creative ideas to flourish, lots of creative ideas to happen in the park. And if it's not reasonable, people can reject it in the spring. We merely ask you to put it on the ballot. I think everyone wants to create a public space that will make this town come alive, and that's hard to do. But I think let's let the people of this town decide. And I urge you to put it on the ballot this spring, and I urge you to put it to a vote. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Whoever's hand I see back there is, oh, did you have something else, Kathy?
Closing comments.
Oh, closing comments, closing arguments.
Closing comments. So I just want to also reiterate what Mark said about talking to people. It's been an amazing conversation that's out there. And people who you agree with or don't agree with, I think people are really enjoy participating in the conversation and taking it further. I'm struck by how many people in Basalt, or how many people in the valley, in this mid-valley area, call Basalt their home. We have a petition that has a Greater Basalt, non-binding signers on it. It has about 50 people who have also agreed that they would like to see this come to a vote, and that they would like to see mostly park and a half an acre of development on the park. I'll finish. I also struck by how eager people are to add to the parkland we already own, while still allowing for some commercial development. Basaltines were excited by the Our Town planning process and remember their ideas and the ideas of their neighbors for an active urban river park right at the entrance to Basalt. They were inspired by the possibilities of a great public space at the Pan and Fork and want to see it move forward. They want a chance to vote on what happens there. And on another note, we're having another community bonfire on this coming Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock, and we would like to invite the entire community of Basalt to join us down there. We won't be banging on your head to sign a petition, but there'll be information there, and it's another way for us to all engage in conversation about how to move this parcel forward in a way that suits Basalt the best. So thank you for your consideration.
Kathy, Mark?
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
My name is Parker Maddox, and I'm a resident of Basalt at 350 Riverside Drive. I'm going to tell you something that gives me great sadness, because I have the utmost respect for these two people and the people who are supporting them. And in fact, I champion their cause of bringing citizenship and voting to the public in the way that they have. I speak on behalf of my wife too. You can cross-examine her if you wish. But she and I both signed the petition, and I reluctantly am here to tell you that I now withdraw my signature from the petition. My reasoning is this. I had understood the petition to be something different from what it was, or the proposal to be something different from what it was. And upon further reflection and reading the exchanges in the newspaper, it seems to me that the proposal for nothing but a park is unwise. I'm concerned on two reasons, two grounds. One is the number of empty store spaces in downtown Basalt right now. Those need to be filled. We need to have those businesses come back to us. That's the vitality of this town, otherwise we die. One way to do that is to provide the sort of additional traffic that would be provided by some development of the park. The other concern I have is the huge financial cost. It is enormous. I'm a taxpayer. My taxes would go up. I would willingly pay the taxes if that's what's voted in. I think that the people of the town, before they vote, need to understand these 2 points, these 2 considerations. How do we drive more traffic to the town and fill up those empty spaces? And how do we manage the financial cost? I recognize, and again, with candor, I really respect you guys, I truly do, that there have been some discussions of these points, these issues. But I think before, or let me put it this way, if the council concludes that it wants to take this up in a public forum, that there should be an opportunity for a full exposition of all of the financial, all of the commercial, all of the citizenship-related issues that will arise if we end up with nothing but a park. Bottom line, I would support, my personal support, my wife too, I would support some development, not by a long shot development of the entire area, but some development to address those 2 issues that I've raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parker. Let's see. Doug, then Steve. Okay, yeah.
Well, not having spoken before, I will take this very short opportunity to clarify
It's right
that,
there.
in fact, what is being proposed by the petition does include a reasonable amount of development. And I think that this has been a matter of confusion in the past, that our group is not advocating for an all-park solution. Now, this isn't the place to debate all of the related issues, but I just thought that needed to be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Steve.
Really quick. The format of my letter to the editor, which was what questions should I ask before I sign a petition, was really a challenge to my neighbors and my community to do the same thing. And that is, why should I sign the petition other than some of the more subjective things that you've brought forth? The financial questions, the fact that the property is really only available to the public for maybe 5 months out of the year, and it is a huge expense. It's really something that we need to talk about. And so I think that, the format of that questionnaire, if you will, was really a challenge to open myself and the people who think like I do up to you and say, it's time for us to ask the questions that are most meaningful to us. So, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. We're going to take a couple more comments on this issue if you want to, but the majority of this room is packed for the 6:30 item. So if you have some more comments on this, let's go ahead. Yes, sir. Why don't you, this sir with the green hat first. Have you ever been called the sir with the green hat? And maybe it's not green.
So if I could, I'd just like to speak.
Would you mind giving us your name?
Yeah, my name is Rob Hollis.
Okay, Rob, thank you.
If I could speak for, I guess, the folks that are in between their first kiss and their first child. And kind of from a development standpoint, well, they say every presentation begins and ends with a good joke, and this is not going to be a good presentation. So from a development standpoint, and also just looking forward, and again from the millennials, if you will. So there was a development in the UK that got taken over by modern architecture, and the philosopher Roger Scruton said, nobody has a use for it because nobody wants to be in it. Nobody wants to be in it because it's ugly. If you consider only utility, then all the things that you build will be useless. Slightly ironic. On the contrast, along the same lines, Oscar Wilde said, all art is absolutely useless. He said, put usefulness first and you lose it. He said, put beauty first and what you do will be useful forever. And so, it turns out that nothing is more useful than the useless. I'm speaking in terms of environmental design. Compact, connected, inclusive communities. What do we need? We need to walk to bus or grocery without crossing a single street. Places to go outside, socialize, places for children, places for pets, places to get food, like, even lemonade style stands for the kids, these types of places. This is not just solving a housing need, we are solving social, economic, and environmental needs with this type of design. Of course, we have, landscapes that filter the water and stuff. You've seen it at RMI. That's what we need. Potentially, hostels, dorm-style rooms for people my age and teachers and stuff like this. Maybe even office spaces, open kind of co-working spaces. I mean, these hostels, I don't know if you've been to Barcelona, but that's where you get the bang for your buck. We definitely need to subsidize the bus system a little more so we can handle more citizens and have feeder loops and stuff like that. But, in conclusion, art is useless, from Oscar Wilde. Architecture is art, Roger Scruton. And architecture and art is the usefulness of beauty. The use of beauty evokes a significant emotion. And if you put beauty first, what you do will be useful forever. So, in other words, we need to focus on developing beautiful things and not just useful things.
Got it. Thank you so much. It's hard to come up here in front of all these people, right?
Yeah.
Good job. One more. Yes, Jerry.
Jerry Truger, Homestead Drive. I'd like to just make a few quick comments. One, addressing the problems that Steve Chase raised. Everybody, if this goes to a citizen vote, everybody will get a chance to answer all those questions, ask and answer. And the second thing was, I circulated some of the petitions, and I had two people sign it who are dead set against the park. And the reason they signed it was, get it over with, get it to the people, let the people decide, and we will finally be moving forward. So I hope that the council puts this on the ballot as soon, in April, I believe that's when it is. And thank you very much for listening to all of us.
Thanks, Jerry. And for those who maybe didn't get to speak but still have thoughts, the council will definitely deliberate this question. We'll talk to our legal counsel, and we will bring this out in the public again before we decide what we're going to do with the petitions. So we invite you to stay for the next conversation about Willits, and I guess we'll move on. So The next item is second reading of ordinances. We're going to open 3 ordinances at once, and they're all to do with similar issues. The first one is a public hearing and second reading of ordinance 26, an ordinance amending Chapter 4 Revenue and Finance of the Basalt Municipal Code concerning the town's sales tax by providing for a sales tax credit against certain public improvement fees paid at Willits Town Center. The second one is 6B, ordinance 27, an ordinance of the town approving a public financing agreement with Willits Town Center regarding the financing of public improvements at Willits Town Center. And 6C, public hearing and second reading of ordinance 28, an ordinance approving amendments to the approval documents for the Willits Town Center PUD and authorizing transfer of property interest from the town of Basalt to Willits Town Center developer. Susan.
Okay, if I could have just one.
Before Susan gets started, I'm going to leave the meeting. As many of you know, and some of you apparently don't know, my brother-in-law is the Chief Financial Officer for Mariner. That was disclosed when I was interviewed. It was disclosed to Scott Condon in my first week, and I remind him when he asks me questions related to Willits that I can't comment. The person that ultimately makes decisions on anything Willits at Town Hall is Judy Tippett. It is Bruce Kimmel, Susan Philp, and Judy Tippett that are the spokespersons and decision makers for the town of Basalt as relates to anything that the staff does.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we will let Susan take the helm here.
So, is everybody kind of set here before I start? So we have 3 ordinances in front of the town council tonight. 2 of those ordinances have to do with the public improvement fee proposal, the financial fee that's in front of the town council. And the third ordinance, ordinance number 28, has to do with the PUD amendments. And so our discussion tonight is going to be centered on those 2 topics. Our ultimate goal tonight is hopefully to leave the meeting with a motion to approve those ordinances on second reading. But what we're going to do is we're going to spend the first part of the presentation talking about the financial aspects of this, and the second part of the meeting talking about the PUD amendment, and then we're going to be having the actual public hearing and the council discussion. But even some of these items are just a little bit blended, but we're gonna start by having the Willits Town Center team really talk about why they are here, why they're proposing the PIF amendment. I think Evan Welsh, who's representing the Mariner Real Estate Development Company today, is also going to touch also in this portion about why he's asking for the PUD amendment. Then we'll be going to Bruce Kimmel and Judy Tippett, who will be talking in more detail about the PIF. Why would the town consider the PIF, and questions and answers about how the PIF agreement works. Then we'll have a presentation again by the Willits Town Center team, a little bit more detail about why are they asking for the additional square footage and some of the key aspects of the town's approvals. I'll be giving some updates about some of the key items in the land use approvals and updates on those. Then we will have the public hearing, council discussion and motions. So in this first part, which is a presentation, we can have council questions, but we don't want to get too deep into a discussion because we want to make sure that the public has an opportunity to talk at the meeting before we have a full council discussion. So does all that work for everyone? I'm going to turn it over to Evan. And Evan, if you and Tim don't mind also introducing your team. And again, Evan's going to start by telling us why they came to us to begin with. So, Evan?
Thank you, Susan. I'm Evan Welsh with Mariner Real Estate. Tim Belinsky with IND Ventures next to me, and David Warner with Lipton Warner Design and Planning.
Welcome, guys.
Thank you. As Susan mentioned, we're here for really 3 reasons. focused on 91,000 square feet of additional developable square footage, approximately 60,000 square feet of commercial, and 31,000 square feet of residential. $5 million credit tip. This is the tax sharing component over the current threshold in the town for up to 15 years. The $5.5 million add-on PIF, which is a new fee, a tax, at the register of 1%, and that has a 20-year life.
Can everybody hear the presentation back there?
Unfortunately, yes.
Maybe just a little bit more volume. The microphone isn't gonna help you, it just feeds into the equipment. So if you just use your human voice a little bit louder, that would be great, thank you.
I'll do my best. So we started in May discussing the goals of this proposed solution.
Oh, they can't hear out in the hallway, whoever technically can help. There's a TV set up out there.
Anybody help us out in the hall?
I am sorry too,
Okay.
but I know that the place is crammed and there are people out there trying to hear too. Is there anybody here that can help with technical issues in the
I think
hallway?
Pam's gonna go look and see
Okay,
if she
thanks,
can
Pam.
do something.
Okay, Evan, no more interruptions.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, I will. So the goals of this proposal: quicker build out of Willits, attract regional and national tenants in Willits and Mid-Valley, and a project that is consistent with the original vision of Willits. The second goal is one that we've discussed multiple times over the last 8 months. As an example to this goal, we have been talking to a national tenant and finally got them final committee under the assumption that the credit and add-on PIF would be passed. We were able to offer them 30% less in rent, and it got them to a final committee. They still need to make a final decision, but it moves the ball along significantly. I think that's important because Willits should be regional, national, and local. It should be a complement to what is happening in downtown Basalt, not a competitor. What the community gets, or the benefits: completion of a high-quality product in a timely manner, diverse tenant base that complements Basalt, the traffic mitigation cost push from true developer from the town, funding of a daycare center or pocket parks, funding of a We Cycle program, and the opening of the Block 2 parking garage. So there's been a lot of discussion about the tax sharing component of this, and I understand that it's obviously an uncomfortable position.
Can you speak up, please?
Sure.
You know, Evan, maybe it would help if you stood? I know that.
Well, the only problem is if you you'd have to stand here behind the mic because we need to get the recording. So.
Okay,
If it's gonna help to stand behind, do you wanna stand up there, Evan?
I can.
Okay.
Just start over.
I think your voice still probably won't go around corners, but
Okay.
you can just continue where you were.
Okay. What a no vote on this proposal does not mean, it doesn't mean that that the $5 million in tax revenue will then be received completely by the town. Any delay in the build-out of Willits reduces the amount that will be received. I think that's an important point. It does not mean turning back the clock on current approvals at Willits. There will still be a development at Willits. It does not mean stopping traffic or development elsewhere in the Mid-Valley. Willits completion helps to bring tax dollars and keep them in Basalt. There are cheaper places outside of Basalt to build, and we want the tax revenue to stay at Willits and in the town of Basalt. Well, there's been discussion about tax sharing with a developer, and what I think is an important point is that this is not a green field. This is an approved plan with holes, and finishing out that project in a timely manner is different than saying yes or no to a tax sharing plan with a new development. It can't go back to being a field or a park. Now, we think that completion of this project is in a timely manner will be good for Basalt and good for the citizens of Basalt. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Evan.
Thank you.
So now I think we're ready for Bruce and Judy to provide a little bit additional explanation on the PIF and how it works. And I think Bruce lost his seat, so I'm wondering, oh, there he is. Bruce, do you want to come up and sit beside me? Actually, it might be easier.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bruce Kimmel with Ellers, and it's great to be back with you. I'm going to be referring to the one-page handout dated today. I think the council has copies of it, and I think there were copies for the audience as well. What I wanted to start with is just a reminder that our duty as your independent financial advisor is really a fiduciary duty to provide advice that we think is in the town's best interests. We don't work for developers, we don't work for banks or financial institutions. All we do is advise towns, cities, counties, other public entities on public finance matters and economic development matters. And that's what we've been asked to do here with Basalt and this question of Willits Town Center. I also thought it would be helpful, perhaps, especially for some folks in the audience, to understand how we got to tonight's public hearing and second reading. I won't go through this in great detail, but as Evan mentioned, it was exactly 8 months ago that we gathered at Willits to check out the room, the mock-up room for the element, and to hear their current status and intent to ask for some town assistance. We then proceeded to a council work session on July 14th. You may recall that the Willits team presented their rationale for the PUD amendment and for PIF assistance. They, at that time, requested up to 20 years of both credit PIF and of add-on PIF to fill what they were seeing as a $12.1 million gap. And during that meeting, you informally directed town staff to draft a pre-development agreement with Willits Town Center on this issue. Move forward a month to August 11th, we, with Ellers, presented a framework that we suggested for evaluating the need for assistance, looking at the so-called gap on the Market Street area, and if the gap was verified, a framework for negotiating separate caps for both the credit PIF and the add-on PIF. Even at that point, we felt it was appropriate to really separate those two tools and make sure that you were using the credit PIF as judiciously as possible. After that presentation and some discussion, you unanimously approved a resolution approving the pre-development agreement and directing staff to determine a process to get to a final development agreement. And that's basically where we're at today, is with this final development agreement. In September, October, and November, we were very busy running the feasibility analysis, really tearing apart all of Mariner's numbers, both for the projects that they've built to date at Willits, as well as their future plans and the town requirements that would go with that, as well as the projected sales, lease rates, and other elements of their operating pro forma, really to dig in and recreate the numbers with our own model to determine if we could verify a gap. We did determine that given what we saw as a very reasonable and actually low target rate of return of 10%, that there was a $10 million gap, and that was before the town added some additional PUD conditions. Also, our sales tax projections showed an ability really to split the gap filling, if the town wanted to do so, 50-50 between the credit PIF and the add-on PIF. So limiting the credit PIF to $5 million, which was about 60% of Willits Town Center's original estimate and request, and also still closing, or coming very close to closing the 10 million gap over a total of 20 years. October and November were very busy working with Susan and Judy and Tom as your town representatives and negotiating all of the myriad PUD amendment and PIF agreement terms that are in tonight's packet. And there were some follow-on items, as you're aware, after the first reading as well. And I just have to say, Mayor and council members, that you've got fantastic staff. These three folks are naturally skeptics, and I think that's a very good thing, in that they asked me lots of questions. They questioned the financial ramifications, the planning ramifications, the legal ramifications. And we had a very robust dialogue on the town team, even before we went and negotiated with the Mariner team of the agreements that you see here today. Then on December 8th, we did present the draft PUD amendment and PIF agreement as we were asked to do so by the town council, and Willits Town Center affirmed their consent to those agreement terms per the town presentation. I presented a couple memos and handouts at that meeting. I think you have a reprint of the infamous bucket picture that I very artistically created. And then you did approve those three ordinances on first reading. And so here we are today for second reading and the public hearings. There's a little bit of new information, but really I just tried to provide some question and answers based on all of the public feedback and dialogue that I was hearing, both directly and through the media. And what I'd like to just end with on this part is that, you know, you have our recommendation as town staff and as your financial advisor, but that's really what it is. It's a recommendation, it's advice on a very complex policy issue. And I know you've all really dug into it and have a wide variety of concerns and ideas and opinions on both the planning tract as well as the financial track. And we're here to really just present that final development agreement that you asked for back in August, but you get to make the final say. And so with that in mind, the rest of my presentation is really just speaking to some of the key questions that I felt were posed by a lot of the members of the community after the first reading, and hopefully they help to clarify where we came from as your financial advisor and what the underpinning of our recommendation to the town is based on. So the first and probably the biggest point I heard, or question I heard, is that is the proposed credit PIF, the tax sharing, an unnecessary subsidy, and basically giving away Market Street sales taxes that Willits Town Center would generate without PIF, and that the town would retain in full without the PIF. And this really speaks to the core but-for analysis that underpinned everything that we did in terms of looking at this project and the need for assistance, and with that need, how you could best fill it if you wanted to. I won't go through all of this in great detail. You know these talking points already. But I should note that our analysis really focused on Willits' proposed development for those Market Street blocks, both the blocks that are partially built, blocks 6 and 10, as well as the blocks to be built. But for analysis doesn't ask if anything can be built on the site by any hypothetical developer. It really looks at that specific project and given the underlying town requirements and asks, okay, how does that work out financially? So I think that's an important consideration here. With that, our conclusion is that unless there was some way that Willits could reconcile its past and future development costs to its probable return on investment, you weren't likely to see the timely completion and success of that Market Street area. And so with that in mind, if you accept the but-for analysis, the town is not foregoing taxes, or at least the vast majority of the taxes that would be part of the sharing, because those taxes would not exist but for the development. And I think that's one of the points that Evan was trying to allude to in his comments as well. So it's sort of a chicken and egg argument. You can have a lot of different perspectives on that. We certainly understand that. But I think when we talk about giving up taxes or foregoing taxes, you have to ask yourself, do you think that those taxes would exist without some level of assistance from the town? Moving on to the backside, another comment I've heard is, even if there is a gap, why shouldn't the town just grant the PUD amendment and let Willits build out and lease out Market Street as best it can without the tax sharing, even if it takes much longer than with credit PIF. One of the points that I thought was interesting here is really more of a land use point, but it's that if someone finds the commercial square footage in the PUD amendment acceptable over the long term on a slow growth basis, it's our perspective that those same densities and square footages should be acceptable in the near term, because the impact to the town is really no different. And actually, when you look at all of the PUD conditions that have been negotiated on the town's behalf, you really have more strength in enforcing those and monitoring their effectiveness in the nearer term, as opposed to if development trickles in over a long period of time. Our analysis also showed, we looked at a number of build-out scenarios, that the town actually gains substantially more overall taxes if you help prime the pump, if you will, with the credit PIF, get that development happening faster, than if, in doing that with sales tax sharing, as opposed to a longer drawn-out process without sales tax sharing. This may seem counterintuitive. I know I had a couple of discussions with folks about this, but it's really about the time value of money and the fact that development that occurs sooner, even if you're giving some of that incremental benefit back to the developer, still bears more fruit for the town than letting that come over time. And the really big X factor here, as we see it, is the fact that you do have pressure for development, and you do have some very probable competing sites in unincorporated Eagle County, both in El Jebel and Treefall. And if you don't approve this PIF or some means of closing the gap, I guess our concern after looking at these numbers would be that that might help to open the door for growth somewhere other than Willits that already has the infrastructure in place and that is really intended for that kind of density and development. So I know that we'll talk more about the land use in a moment, but I think the prospect of competition can't be dismissed, and if it doesn't happen in Willits, would retail, new big box or other retail happen somewhere else, and that might be to the town's detriment. I've also heard a question of, isn't the credit PIF a dangerous precedent that will require the town to share sales taxes with everyone? And I really think that is inaccurate, and the town has already established very robust practices that I think would help to keep that from happening. We really see three hurdles for future PIF requests that would need to be cleared. First, I hope that you'll still require robust due diligence and but-for analysis, vetting developers' capacity to complete projects, and saying no when the numbers either don't show a need for assistance or the developer doesn't show the capacity to get the job done. Even if you do show a gap, then the second hurdle is that you still have discretion to decide if this is a large enough priority for the town to grant the assistance. There's no law, there's no requirement that says just because you provided a subsidy or an incentive for one developer, that means you have to do it for a future developer. And finally, it's really important to point out that the credit PIF for Willits is limited to public improvements. And you look at the number of public improvements at Willits, I just don't think that most future projects in Basalt would have the same threshold that would merit or warrant consideration of credit PIF tax sharing. So that's food for thought if you're concerned about setting a precedent. And then finally, council members, the question I've heard is, isn't the town taking financial risk in providing this PIF assistance? And I want to stress that the PIF agreement as structured is strictly pay-as-you-go, which means that you're incurring no debt, you're not making any cash payments up front, and your only obligation is to share incremental property taxes, or excuse me, sales taxes, to the extent that they occur after your baseline bucket has been filled each year. I want to point out also that when we were here in December, we were using a baseline estimate of 45 million. Judy has year-end numbers for fiscal 15. The baseline is actually a little over 45.5 million, so that's the threshold that would get filled up first, the sales taxes on that $45.5 million of volume, which is, as you can see, about $1.36 million. And it's only after that would there be incremental sharing of any sort with the Willits development. Also, Willits really needs to execute its plan in order to have a chance of reaching the $10.5 million cap. It really puts the onus on them to follow through on leasing out the existing space, building the new space along Market Street and the other blocks to be developed in Willits, so that they have a shot on both the credit PIF and on the add-on PIF. Because remember, the limits are the earlier of, on the credit PIF, it's $5 million or 15 years, and on the add-on PIF, it's $5.5 million or 20 years. And if they don't follow through, if the incremental new sales taxes are much less than expected, and they hit that 15-year mark, there's no further obligation on the town's part to do any further tax sharing. And then finally, before I turn it over to Judy, it's our opinion, looking at your 5-year financial forecast, looking at the plan that your team did negotiate opposite Mariner, that this will contribute to and not detract from the town's future fiscal capacity to achieve other objectives. I know that's a huge consideration. You have a lot on your plate, as I alluded to in my latest memo. And we want to make sure that whatever you approve leaves you in a better situation to tackle those other objectives, in addition to helping Willits achieve the planned vision. So with that, I'll just point out again the graph that you've seen before. This is the baseline projection. The green sections, both dark green and light green, represent 85% of the sales taxes from Willits over this 25-year period. The dark blue, it represents the sharing that would happen with Willits, that's 15%. And let me also remind you that this does not include any of the sales taxes and lodging taxes from the Element Hotel rooms. Those are not part of this agreement, and the town is collecting those now and will continue to collect those. So that's a separate consideration. That's all I have, Mayor.
Bruce? Yes, Bernie?
Bruce, is there any guarantee that Mariner will in fact complete the development expeditiously to the extent we entitle it?
There is no specific guarantee, and with pay-as-you-go, there is not usually enforcement mechanism, because the pay-as-you-go instrument itself is enforcement. They don't get the money if they don't perform. I will say that the PUD conditions, Susan, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there's a performance requirement that they need to pull a building permit and start on one of the larger blocks within 3 years or lose the square footage. So that is a hammer, if you will, in terms of the land use agreements.
Well, I would say that's a bit of a two-way argument, because we don't have a guarantee, and I don't think one would be reasonable to ask for on the overall build-out speed. But as you've already mentioned, it's more to the town's advantage to get this thing built out in an expeditious way. Again, time value of money is, for the town, more in pocket. The faster we get this done, the better overall revenues. And I just bring that up, that, I was in finance, and there are no guarantees. There are only relative risks you're trading off, and you have to make your best decision. And there's some other risks. You've tried your best to limit our risks by putting on a cap of the amount, $5 million, limit the timing of the payoff, and in terms of the entitlements. So, I think what you've told us is very informative, but I also realize that nobody can guarantee everything.
Sure. And Mayor, I should point out that Judy had some comments as well that she wanted to make on the financial ramifications.
I just want to jump in there for a second. Judy?
I'll be pretty brief.
Oh, wait, do we need to do something with the mic?
I'll be pretty brief. This is the second reading, so I'm not going to go over all of it, but I wanted to point out two clarifications. Had lots of rumors today that this would go against City Market and Whole Foods groceries. That is not a true statement. The clarification is the blocks that this is included on. It also does not include the Elements Hotel. We need to be really clear that this is just, so if you look at the map right above Susan's head, that is our defined area. It is nothing over in Orchard Plaza, which is where City Market is.
That's a good rumor. I didn't hear that one.
And the second thing I want to speak briefly to is, as the finance director, and looking at all of the projects that come before us, I think Bruce has a really valid point with the financial capacity and what is generated for sales tax over there, it's important to remember, we're not touching any of the post dollars. Those dollars will be available, you know, maybe for the underpass, maybe for something else, but those dollars would be generated, and we're not sharing any of that. So it's just really important to understand that, I mean, we need to look at the whole town, and there's 30% comes out of just that small area over there right now, but those dollars really do fund lots and lots of other things that are going on in this town. And so, and the last thing is, I just, as you talk to lots of finance directors, when you go to conferences all through the state, this is, you know, a pretty important economic tool that I think would help us really achieve some of the goals, to get that built out. And as Bernie pointed out, I think the synergy that once it is built out, it's not just the new stores that will go in that we will see the increased sales tax. I think it's important to realize all of those restaurants are going to see an increase, and the stores that are already existing. And that's pretty much, I think we've already covered the financial piece. Bruce did the but-for analysis, and if, I mean, that's really the jumping point. If we think that that is a valid statement, this is, I think, a very valid way to approach trying to get this project to the end.
Question before we go to,
Well, I have a question for Bruce or Judy. Did we do, when the original Willets came in, we did an analysis of how it would impact other parts of town? Did we do that for the extra square footage on this piece?
When you're talking about how it would impact other parts of town, what do you mean?
Impact downtown, if you're adding another 100,000, another 60,000 commercial, how would that impact downtown?
That was not part of our analysis. I do think in talking with Willets and their leasing team, they really are looking for predominantly other types of tenants than what you would typically see in the historic downtown. But that was not, there was not that type of competitive analysis.
any other clarification type questions before we go to the public hearing, or anything else we need to cover?
No, well, we have a second piece of that, and that's the land use piece. So we covered just the financial piece. And so what we're gonna do on the land use piece is, again, we're gonna turn it over to Willets Town Center. I think David Warner from Lipkin Warner is gonna give a fairly brief presentation, kind of reminding us about what the square footage was being used for and why they need additional square footage. And we also have Devin Jocelyn from FHU, who's gonna give us an update on the traffic. And he was not available for the last meeting, which is why he didn't make the presentation. But I think actually this is probably the better meeting for because the traffic concerns have been raised, to give you an update about where we are and how traffic's being addressed. So should I just turn it over to David, or did you guys want to make any?
Thank you, Susan. And I'm David Warner from Lipkin Warner, and I want to thank the council for the second meeting. Also, P&Z and staff have also put a lot of time into this project. I'm going to be talking about the square footages that we're asking for, and try to describe them and how we came about to this point, to be what I think of as reallocating how the square footage is used. In many ways, what we're talking about tonight is actually a smaller project than what was originally considered at Willets. The 90,000 square feet is broken into two components, 60,000 for, and this is roughly 60,000 for commercial and 30,000 for residential. And we're doing this as a way that we can complete what has been very successful already at Willets. But it is necessary, because when we first made assumptions for Willets more than 20 years ago, things have changed, and I don't think it's hard to understand that some adjustments are needed to sort of update these approvals, the units of residential housing. I think both of those numbers, which are very reasonable, are completely within the scope of what was intended for Willets. Will lead to a vibrant and thriving Willets, which I also think is a very important component for whatever happens in downtown Basalt. I think a thriving Willets also equates to a thriving Basalt in general. Thank you.
So I think right now we're just, Devin Jocelyn from FHU is gonna give us has some slides and a PowerPoint to kind of highlight what's happening with traffic, and we do have one update on traffic, and he's gonna cover that too.
Hi, Devin.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. There's my presentation. And you can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Well, my name is Devin Joslin. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Colorado, and I'm also certified as a professional traffic operations engineer. I work for Felsberg, Holt, and Olivig. We're in Centennial, Colorado. We've been kind of Willits Town Center traffic consultant going back to at least 2006. We prepared the initial study for the site in 2006. We've done some updates along the way. Some coordination about the roundabout that's there today back in 2008. Also looking at some additional lanes, the dual left turn lanes that are headed toward Glenwood Springs on Highway 82 at Willits Lane. We provided design assistance for those in 2013. So we've been involved with the site for a number of years, and we've prepared the traffic impact study for the PUD amendment, looking at the additional square footage that is requested. And I'm here today to provide you a little bit more information about our traffic study and its findings, and a plan we've developed with town staff and the town's traffic engineering consultant from Schmieser SGM. Excuse me. I'll use acronyms now.
We know who it is.
For next steps for moving forward. Thank you. So just again to orient everybody to where the site is, just as a little bit of background, it's about 4 miles down valley from here at Town Hall, located along Highway 82 between Willits Lane. That's just an aerial view of the site. So we can go to the next slide, please. So the purpose for why I'm here tonight is mainly to provide details about a strategy that we developed collaboratively with town staff and the town's traffic engineering consultant, aimed at addressing potential future traffic concerns related to the PUD amendment. Next slide. What does our traffic impact study show? Our traffic impact study looked at 3 intersections. The scope of this study was developed in accordance with Town of Basalt and Colorado Department of Transportation guidelines. We analyzed 2 intersections along Highway 82, the Highway 82 Willits Lane intersection, the Highway 82 Original Road intersection, and the Willits Lane East Valley Road roundabout. Our traffic impact study indicates that these 3 intersections currently operate and would continue to operate at acceptable levels of service through the year 2035. And the year 2035 is a typical 20-year planning horizon that is used in traffic impact studies to forecast regional traffic levels and look at mitigation measures that might be needed. So the traffic impact study did indicate that there's one particular area of possible concern on Willits Lane between Highway 82 and the roundabout. And the traffic study indicates that existing or future vehicle queuing concerns on Willits Lane are really limited to occasional times during the evening peak hour, which is the time period that occurs generally sometime between 4 and 6 p.m., basically the commuter peak hour when people are returning home from work or going to other errands. So our study indicated one potential problem in one area limited to one specific time period. However, those analyses also indicate that queued vehicles on Willits Lane would not have a negative impact on the flow of through traffic on Highway 82. In other words, there's no blockages on Highway 82 that would be associated with queuing internal to the development. Next slide, please. So is there a problem? I alluded to that on the previous slide, that there's a potential concern in one area during one time period of the day, but we don't really have enough data right now to objectively and conclusively say that this is a definitive problem that's recurring and is causing issues. We just aren't seeing that today. Our study was limited to one time period per standard practice, and it indicated a possible concern, but that concern was not of a high level of magnitude. In other words, it's not going to be backing traffic up on all the internal streets to the site. It showed that maybe there's just not quite enough storage between Highway 82 and the roundabout during one particular time of day. But we don't have enough data yet to know for sure. So what are we going to do? Next slide, please. So the developer has already committed to 3 main projects that will help reduce traffic impacts to the site. There's a plan in place to get some communication between the traffic signals. In other words, communication will be put in so that the traffic signals between Willets Lane and El Jabal Road can talk with each other and run what's called a coordination plan, which should improve traffic and gain some efficiencies there. The developer will be participating in the WeCycle bike sharing program, and there's also plans to connect Lewis Lane to Willets Lane, which would provide another point of access into the site. So we finished up our second edition traffic study, which was reviewed by SGM and town staff. And during the month of December, we worked with town staff to develop what I'm calling a 3-part strategy for really moving forward and making sure that we're considering all the traffic impacts and that we have a good plan in place that we can have confidence in moving forward. And the 3 parts of that plan include a traffic monitoring program, what's called a transportation demand management program, and a toolkit of a few targeted intersection or traffic signal projects that could be implemented if the need arises. Next slide, please. So the traffic monitoring program basically consists of a program that would be implemented this August where we would conduct daily counts. In other words, 72 hours of counts on a Tuesday through Thursday time period at select locations around the perimeter of the site. We would also conduct AM and PM peak hour turning movement counts on one day at the Highway 82 Willets Lane intersection, and we would take a video recording of the Willets Lane approach to State Highway 82 during the PM peak hour on 3 separate days. This would give us video evidence whether or not there is an issue there today. And we could conclusively and objectively say that there is or there isn't a problem. And we're looking for the queue to extend between Highway 82 and the roundabout for a specified duration, and that would be 4 minutes in any 1 hour. If we're seeing queues that are stacking up between the highway and the roundabout for more than 4 minutes in 1 hour, that would be considered a problem. And the next round of monitoring would occur in 2021 or at the time when the site is fully built out. Next slide, please. So the next tier to the program is that step 1 is, again, defining the problem. Is there, in fact, a problem there today? We're not sure. It doesn't appear that there is, certainly not for the majority of the day. But if for some reason the monitoring program does indicate that there is a potential concern, we would move on to getting stakeholders together, whether it's business owners in Willets, visitors to Willets, other government entities in the area, to really have a conversation and say, okay, what needs to be done, and to try to identify some potential strategies. And they're listed there. The site is already very well set up for transportation demand management strategies. It's already considered what's called a transit-oriented development. The site is very close to the Velociraptor BRT line, which provides great connectivity throughout the valley. And so it would be just building on that and implementing key things that could really go a long way in reducing single occupancy vehicles to and from the site and traveling within the site. And then step 4 would be identifying an implementation plan, and that'd be a coordinated approach among all the stakeholders. Next slide, please. So the next level would be if the TDM measures are implemented and for some reason we're still seeing potential concerns, there are some projects that are available that can really target the key area of concern within the development. One possible option is to modify the roundabout. With some modifications to the roundabout, additional queuing area could be provided between the State Highway and East Valley Road. And that would almost assuredly provide enough storage distance for vehicles to queue on a regular basis. The second option would be to expand the limits of the traffic signal interconnect system on State Highway 82. This would allow all the signals on Highway 82 from El Jabal Road down to Two Rivers Road to communicate with each other and have a plan in place that would be based on the traffic volumes that could really efficiently serve traffic along 82, balanced with the side street traffic also wanting to get on 82. The third option available would be to install what's called a back of queue detector on Willets Lane approaching Highway 82, and this would basically be a special detector put on Willets Lane that would sense whether or not a car is stopped over it, and if it is, it could talk to the signal and say, there's a lot of demand on Willets, it'd be a good idea to change the signal to Willets from Highway 82 to serve that approach and clear out the queue so we're not seeing congestion build. Projects 2 and 3 will require coordination with the DOT to implement. Next slide, please. So what's the takeaway? The takeaway is that our traffic impact study, at least in terms of delay, all of the intersections we looked at will operate acceptably through the year 2035 with very minimal or no changes to the way the intersections look right now in terms of the lanes that are there or the type of traffic control. There is that one area of concern related to vehicle queuing, but we feel that the measures in Exhibit C that are available can be implemented and would give confidence that that issue could be mitigated if it needs to be. And that would also give us the data to know for sure whether or not there is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I only have to do one more thing before we can do the public hearing. And just real quickly, what we did at the last meeting is we outlined what some of the key items that were being addressed in Ordinance 28 to address the PUD impacts and some of the decisions that the town council had to make. So I'm just going to go quickly through this and what the updates are. At the last meeting, well, one, the most important thing is that it approves the 91,000 additional square feet of development. Two was this issue about the 1,200 square foot core and shell building that was required to be built under the 2010 approvals. We had two options for the council. One was to exchange it for a housing unit, and two was to go ahead and build that 1,200 square foot building, but delay it till 2017. The town council decided that they wanted to have the core and shell building. This was for a veterans facility. That's what's reflected in your ordinance. Three, the traffic mitigation. We were addressing neighborhood impacts by requiring 2 pedestrian speed tables. Those would replace the traffic calming tubes that are out there today. Second, we had a recycle contribution of the $60,000 and $10,000 for 3 years. 3, the Highway 82 impacts. We were implementing part of a recommendation that came from CDOT, which was to have the signals on Highway 82 talk better together. So this ordinance requires the fiber optic between El Jabal Road and Willets Lane. And 4, there's a parking agreement. This is tied to traffic because this is the parking garage under Whole Foods building. And it's tied to traffic because more people that use the BRT, the better we are for traffic. That agreement is included in the packet, and the council has a yellow sheet in front of them. There's a slight change to the language to clarify there's how this agreement works. It's a 10-year agreement that they have to have the parking garage open to the public. There's a $50,000 a year operating loss kind of cap, and there's a cap of 380,000 total cap. And this change is to clarify that the $380,000 total cap obligation applies to the entire garage. So how that kind of works is that if they have operating losses under $50,000 a year, they're absorbing those costs unless, one, the total cost for the garage was $380,000, or two, they exceeded $50,000 for consecutive 2 years. They could come to the council and ask the council to make up the difference. And if the council didn't want to make up the difference, they could go ahead and close the garage. That's how the parking agreement works. Kind of a fundamental piece of this is that we really want additional parties to come to the table to help us meet that funding shortfall. So this still allows that opportunity that we could go to RAFTA and get assistance with that. The update is this TDM program that Devin outlined, and just to kind of highlight, as a planner would say it, the study's not showing that there's a problem in 2021 when Willis is built out, or in 2035. It's not showing that there's a problem. The TDM is set up so that we have better information and we can react if there is a problem. In terms of planners, we don't like to build infrastructure if it's not necessary, because if you build, it's kind of there's a quote, road to ruin. You can't build yourself. It's better to do a transportation demand management program where we can reduce the amount of traffic on Highway 82 rather than trying to build ourselves out of it. Affordable housing. Affordable housing is to mitigate additional affordable housing to mitigate for the additional square footage. Kind of a key piece of this is how the teacher housing fits into this. I think everybody knows that the bond program passed. The school district is working to purchase 14 of the units, and some of those units are tied in with this. We can get into that more later if we need to. Daycare contribution, this is the first time we've required a specific cash amount. There's been annexation agreements where we had to set aside, but we haven't seen the fruition of our prior efforts. But this is an actual fee that's not required by our code. There was signage I'm not going to go into. There is a performance requirement kind of to repeat if we don't see commercial development on one of the bigger blocks. Within 3 years, they lose the approvals. One of the important things that was brought up in the public comments at the last meeting was construction management, which wasn't highlighted in our conditions, and we included a new condition that is specifically geared to addressing the dirt piles that are off of Pioneer Street, and requires the developer to either move the dirt into the holes that are there, or build a fence and lower the height of the dirt piles. That's all I wanted to say for that piece. Mayor, I think actually we're ready to go ahead and open the
Okay,
public
one quick clarification.
Susan, you mentioned you had some details on number 4. Would you just go ahead and tell us about the teacher housing in its entirety?
Affordable housing.
Yeah, well, I think what I'll do is, I think Diana Circo is going to speak during the public comment. And so maybe after, when we're in the council discussion, after Diana adds to the teacher housing, then I'll add some additional information if that works.
I mean, one of the things on the affordable housing piece is we explained so much about so many other things. We didn't explain anything about the affordable housing that's in this application.
Okay, so Exhibit B is a good tool for the council to be looking at in the approvals. Let me just, it's ordinance 28.
Susan, would it help
Yeah.
if I showed where that housing's going? And the
Yeah,
numbers?
why don't you, yeah, that would be great.
Can you take me back to that slide?
Block 7, which is now under construction, that's the first 50 units that are required. We're zeroing in on that. So this block is divided into two parts, the north side and the south side. So this is the north side, so 50 units of affordable housing in this building, and that's under construction. The back of this is another 18 units of housing, and I believe that that is for teacher housing, the town housing, and fire department. So all of the housing in this piece, which faces the residential area of Willits. So that then is 68 units, and then there are another 10 units that are required, and they would go into perhaps blocks 4 or block 9, depending on how those get developed. That includes all the affordable housing that was already required, plus the additional affordable housing for the additional square footage.
At 25%.
Whatever that calculation is.
No, actually, the commercial is what's driving the mitigation requirements under the new code.
So it's less.
How many units?
That code.
It's a total of 18 additional units that are being required because of the PUD amendment.
Is it a good time to ask a question to Devin, or is it out of order?
You
I
know,
think-
we need to get to the public hearing because we cannot
Okay.
deliberate without hearing from the public, and it's getting really late, and we are losing people
I can
already.
hold my question.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to open the public hearing at 7:35. We are going to let everybody and anybody speak that wants to. We would ask that you please don't be redundant if you can keep from it, and that you limit your speaking time to a couple, 3 minutes. So who wants to start? Jen? State your name, right.
My name is Jennifer Riffle, and I live on Cypress Drive. I'm a homeowner, and I'm in between the first kiss and the first child phase. Dear Town Council, I want to recognize each of you for your time and heart and brain damage commitment to Basalt civics. Thank you for hearing and representing my constituent heart and gut. Do not approve the Willits Town Center PUD amendment for increased square footage and a taxpayer-based PIF supplementing Mariner Development / real estate. Out of exasperation, I motion for a $5 million credit debit add-on PIF at 1% for revitalization of downtown Basalt, to attract national, regional, and local storefronts, tenants, offering those taxpayers funding the PIF an opportunity to keep the dollars in Basalt, along with We Cycle public transportation. It is not judicious to further enrich or bail out Mariner Real Estate, whom have left completed rentable square footage vacant for the past 7 years. There is the lost $5 million. Assumptions are not jibing, in their words. I'm 100% okay with those spaces continuing to stay vacant with the untimely completion and decreased tax income. Let's keep our strength over time, showing competitor developers that slow growth in Willits Basalt is what succeeds. Put the onus on Willits Mariner to rent the vacant spaces and be the developers they are. Hold Mariner in a headlock, as Basalt has been a very lenient parent. There are no guarantees. It's apparent Mariner can shift square footage as needed for a very successful project, in their own words. As developers, they are not succeeding at managing themselves as the economy and regional business / housing activity changes, and the developers that they are. Thank you for hearing my opinion and what my vote is.
Thanks, Jen. Okay, next. Yes, Ed. State your name, please.
My name is Edward Troy. I live on Riverside Drive. So I'm a Basaltino, as are all of us. And I want to say, I think you guys are doing a great job with your architecture. Looks great. I mean, the idea of businesses facing each other, fantastic job. Absolutely fantastic job. I do have very serious concerns, however, about the finances of this situation. The previous speaker did address that briefly, and that is a fundamental problem. That is where we, the town, are seen as exporting $5 million outside of Basalt. So that, you know, if we have 4,000 people living here, that amounts to $1,250 on a per capita basis that is leaving the area. And I think that is a problem. That money could be better spent on businesses that some of us may have that are already here. That's a personal feeling. Some people may differ and think that money should leave the area. I do not share that view. The only way that this revenue sharing plan would make sense is if the town actually has some kind of equity position or stake in your development. I'm not hearing that. And one may consider that as a possibility in working with you guys to figure out some kind of pathway so the town is not left on the hook. And I'm quite sorry to say this, but it just smacks me of almost like an economic extortion, being held over the barrel, and I think that's wrong. It just sounds like an NFL team owner saying, listen, guys, you don't build my stadium, I'm going to pull my team out. Sorry. There's schools, there's all kinds of opportunities, investments that can be made in people here, businesses that are already here. The historic downtown area of Basalt could be, something could be done there. And maybe some kind of shuttle that could integrate the two areas. But right now, it just sounds like what we're doing is financing an economic colony for Mariner. And I think that if you guys don't want to have that situation, I think it would behoove you to say, look, why don't we figure out a way of working on this together as partners instead of a subsidized or corporate welfare type of program. That's it.
Thanks, Ed.
Thanks, Ed.
Sure, Mark.
Thank you. I'm Mark Kwasinski. I purposely have been staying out of this debate because I've been pretty involved with the park over here. But I'd like to say that there's two real issues that we have that are real issues, and they're not just short-term issues, but it's affordable housing and also preserving what we have here. And I've been a resident of the Valley for 34 years. I've heard the growth debates. Have been in real estate development. There's certain things that are good, and there's certain things that are not. But some things that I think that we really need to consider here is Colorado, I believe, is the second fastest growing state in the country for a reason. I mean, we have spectacular weather, and so we've got, being the second fastest growing state is pretty significant. And then you add on, we are the first town down valley from Aspen, the country's most spectacular ski area, I mean, of world fame. We do not need to encourage development. Development is going to come, and development needs to pay its way. And there is the part that I'm having trouble with here too is I understand the fear-based thing. If we don't add more square footage, well, they're going to go over, and they're going to go over to Ace Lane's property, or they're going to go down to Carbondale, or they're going to do this. And, you know, it's just a way to hasten more traffic problems, more school problems, just by doing this. So I do not understand the philosophy. I mean, there's no reason that developers can't pay for their own growth. And that's it. So it's just, please keep in mind, it's affordable housing and it's open space. Those are the two issues that Basalt needs to keep its eye on the ball if this is going to have long-term viability and livability, you know, to live here. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Next, Diana.
Since we're talking about affordable housing, I want to first hand out to the town council our new State of the Schools report, just to share with you some great news about the Roaring Fork School District and what's happening across our school district. My name is Diana Serko. I'm Superintendent of Schools for Roaring Fork School District. I live on Evans Court in Willits. And I have to tell you, I'm a little bit, I guess I'll try not to do a lecture type of thing from a teacher perspective, but I'm a little concerned about the us versus them mentality. I grew up in Denver, and because I didn't live in the middle of downtown Denver, it doesn't mean I didn't consider myself a resident of Denver. And if I would have been 4 miles from downtown Denver, I still would have thought of myself as a resident of Denver. So I, certainly as a resident of Willits, I think of myself as a resident of Basalt. So at this point, though, I'm really here to talk about the PUD amendment and the ordinance 28, to really urge the town council to approve 6C in a timely manner. Time does make a difference for us, and we are extremely appreciative of the town's proposal of allowing us to purchase some of the units that meet the increased requirement based on the increased size of the Willits Town Center. And it's an ideal location for our staff. Basalt is one of our most difficult communities to recruit to due to the high cost of housing in this area. We need to be able to address this issue to provide some relief on the recruiting and retention of high-quality staff. We know the most important thing that happens every day in a school district is between teacher and student. And everybody else's job in the district is to set that relationship up for success. And that begins by having highly talented people apply and accepted into the system, and then us growing and developing them over time and not having to start that process over again every 3 to 5 years. So it's so important for us to have our best and brightest in the classroom day in and day out with our children, and we cannot offer that without reasonable places for people to live and to be able to transition into the community. Once again, we appreciate the proposal of and the creativity of allowing the school district to have the opportunity to purchase the units that are part of that increased requirement for affordable housing. As a remember from our election literature, we hope to purchase or build between 45 to 60 units in our 3 community areas across the school district over the next 18 to 24 months. It is vital that we get started with this important goal in the very near future to stop this loss of talent. We are losing 60 teachers per year, and we know from our surveys that are being done, and we're now updating our survey, that a lot of that is based on finding reasonable housing in our area. So it's important for us to attract and retain staff, and we encourage you to please look very carefully at a timely response to this. I realize that we all worry about maintaining our quality of life and traffic, but are we responding to growth? Are we creating growth? It's a fine question along the way, but like I said, I really want you to remember how important this is for the vitality of the school district.
Thanks, Diana. Yes, sir. Royal.
Bearing the scars of the national recession, and it's created a burden in our community that affects children for generations. And I believe that, a reasonable forecast does not involve, unlimited growth for an exponential period of time. The reality is that the economy's starting to recover. That's a good thing. But we do live in the West. There's a track record that goes back to the mining era and probably before that to cycles of booms and busts. And, the increased amount of square footage and development, I say, could also have the unwanted effect of causing the commercial real estate that exists in our community to become depressed. Even worse is if all this stuff comes online in 5 years and we go in, then the bubble bursts again. And we stand here with even more spaces that are empty and no small businesses to fill those in, and we don't have any of these tax revenues. So I think the prudent approach would be to have to allow development as it can pay its own way, from the perspective of you have to have small businesses in this small community that pay those rents and can, you know, generate tax revenues that are supported by the local community, and that, you know, with a developer, there won't be any part of the pie to go around. And in fact, a lot of small businesses will probably go broke and the banks will foreclose on them, because if we don't have cash flow in our existing small business, we don't get any sympathy from anybody. It's like, okay, buddy, you're out of here. And we're going to take your equity, and your kids aren't going to go to college, and we'll see you later down the road. So I would suggest that prudence would counsel to make development won't pay its own way. Small businesses have to make this thing work in the town of Basalt, and it'll be a culture and a community that is integrated and that is sustainable through those kind of cyclical business cycles that we've all experienced and nobody wants to go back to. Thank you very much.
Bill.
Good evening. Bill McIntyre, live over in Evans Court. Been in the wheelchair now for 13 years. And I hope I don't insult anybody from Mariner, but I don't trust Mariner. I've lived by dirt piles for so long that my screens do not conduct air anymore. And I think that, I don't know what it is, but I just see something with what's happened in Snowmass happening here. They're going to get whatever they want and they can sell it tomorrow. Like the gentleman said earlier, there's no guarantees. So I'm not in favor of the revenue sharing tax revenue going to the developer. I think it's a great idea for small businesses. Why don't you develop a plan to help, like Royal said, some of the small business people that want to come into Basalt? Give them the tax revenue. Let them help to get their businesses started, help pay the rents at Willits, and maybe we can get a more successful project that way. I am happy to see that in part of this program, read some of this tonight, that they're going to get rid of the dirt piles, but they should have happened about 7 years ago. I mean, it's a little annoying. Anyway, Town Council, thank you so much for wading through all this stuff all the time. It's a pretty daunting task. But again, I just don't support the revenue sharing part of it at all. Thank you.
Blue hat lady.
Hello, Town Council. My name is Amanda Poindexter. I live in the Aspen Basalt Campground, and I love this town. And I sense a lot of hesitation to let our public money enter the private sector, and promoting more development when there's so many empty storefronts in Basalt currently. And yes, I would like to see it go to more of the local businesses, if that is the case. And if we have to have the empty dirt piles, then, let's just have a pump track. I know there's a ton of, kids and young adults who would love to bring our bikes out there. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Yes, ma'am. I should stop referring to people by their hats, right?
Yes, I'm Black Hat.
You're Black Hat, yes.
Okay. My usual struggle. Okay, my name is Frederica French. I live on Lakeside Drive in Willits. I have a daughter, goes to school here. I've lived here for 16 years. I'm originally from Germany, as you can hear in the accent. And this really irks me. I feel like in Germany we would say friss oder stirb, and that basically means eat or starve / die. What we are kind of, and I'm not, I don't want to be dramatic here, but basically what is proposed by the developer, it sure seems to me like it, because if I look at Willits, there's still, as we all know, empty storefronts. And now we're told, well, it can get better if we build more. Therefore, we have more traffic And therefore, more people will rent those storefronts because there's more traffic, more volume, sales, but it still does not make a, but for us here in Basalt, it comes with a price. And this is like, in this case, like the tax sharing. So basically, we're told, well, it is kind of your problem, you know, there's empty storefronts, but if you give us, you know, a little bit of leeway with the tax money, then we can build more, we can create better like flow of traffic, we can attract more people, then more people will rent, you know, the empty storefronts, and then everything will be peachy. But it comes at a cost. And I feel it's not right, it is wrong, because we have so many other needs, and I read through the study. But we have to look at the empty storefronts here in downtown Basalt. What if we would say to the developer, well, how about we do a give and take approach? You want to see Willits grow, and you want to develop and make money. How about you help us develop a good concept for downtown Basalt? You know, if you're so interested in Basalt, then we just look at the whole thing. Maybe it's really idealistic, maybe, but it's just a thought that I had. And then there's still the issue of the affordable housing. Not that I have done like extensive research, but do we really have affordable housing, employee housing in Willits? How many units? Do we? We probably don't, right? And this is, you know, what I heard before. How can we retain great teachers? What about our kids? They need to have great schools, a great advantage. They deserve good teachers. They deserve like good tech, like computers. What about if everybody had access to like a tablet? For these things. But if we can't retain good teachers, if we give money away, how can we, you know, look at the future of Basalt? You know, I think it's then we're just dreaming a little bit here. And so, and this is pretty much it. And then the other thing is that kind of goes into like the friss or stirb kind of thing. And I know it's very dramatic. I feel that Mariner has not offered us like a definite timeline of like when certain projects will be completed. There's always kind of like a little way out, like there's a door out. And I know things fluctuate in real estate and in development, but there's always something like, oh, if things change, then we can back out. Or it's just wishy-washy. The timeliness of the completion of things is just not ironclad. And maybe ironclad is not really possible. But maybe it should be a little bit more, you know, we should like put the screws on a little bit more. That's it.
Thank you, Frederica. Okay, yes. Purple arm, I'm gonna call her.
I didn't plan it this way, but I guess I'm a good walking billboard for how convenient the Willits Care Center has been. I can walk to my doctor, I can walk to PT. My name's Carol Hawk. I'm a citizen of Basalt, but I live in Willits. And I think a lot of times we're thought of as over there, the other part of town, taking business away from Old Town. As a resident, I want to see this done. We love our community. We're dealing with the traffic. We knew what we were getting into when we bought in Willits. And I think what the developer is asking for, it doesn't sound like it's taking it away from the town. It sounds like when you pass all those numbers you've made in the past, then they're going to get a little, but only because they created the opportunity for that. So I just wanted to speak positively. I'm not for or against Mariner. I'm for my community. I love Willits. I am the president of the HOA, but I'm speaking as a private citizen. And I really want to see this get done, so.
Thanks, Carol. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Mark Cole. Thanks for the opportunity. For full disclosure, I'm a neighbor of Diana Circo's and Bill McIntyre's in the Willits Townhome Association. Unlike Diana, though, I do identify a little more as being from Willits, because I've lived there for 14 years and I've seen it grow up around me. You know, there wasn't so much traffic when I first got here. There's certainly more now. I don't have views out my windows, unobstructed views of the mountains anymore because of things growing up around me. But boy, I love being part of Willits. I love the vitality that it has, and I gladly making those trade-offs to be part of something that feels like it's alive and has energy. You know, when I think of the important developments, community developments that have added to my quality of life, I can point to two that are very significant. The day they completed the project providing 4 lanes through Snowmass Canyon instead of 2, because I commute to Aspen every day, and the day Whole Foods opened. And think, not so many years ago, we sat in this same room and we wondered if Whole Foods was going to be a good thing. You know, there were many who were concerned that, oh, it's going to destroy our small town character. And I may be in the minority here, but I think Whole Foods and the development that came along with it has added immensely to my quality of life. Heck, I don't have to drive into Old Town to go to a restaurant, let alone up to Aspen. Can't afford that. You know, I can walk over to El Corrida, you know, and then I can stop at Whole Foods on the way home. You know, I can walk into Bristlecone Mountaineering on a whim. Who could find it before? You know, and you know, I used to go to Joel's shop when he was in Old Town and loved it then. But I love Joel and his shop a whole lot more now where they are. And again, I can drop in easily. And so I think we have a similar situation here where there's a lot of concern, a lot of apprehension, because we all care about our quality of life. But I see these things as being positives, and I encourage the approval of what's being suggested here. I feel like Mariner has been somewhat maligned in the newspaper and in some of the comments tonight. You know, Mariner is the one that got Whole Foods done at a time when nothing else much was happening in this valley. And if that hadn't happened then, I mean, where would we be? And this, you know, I know there's this visceral, almost rebellion against, oh my God, share some tax revenue with the developer? We can't do that. But the idea that, no, let's put that money somewhere else, I think that's a bit of a false premise. That money doesn't exist unless this goes forward. At least if I understand what my man in brown over here said earlier tonight. So, hey, I love being part of what's happening here. I encourage the approval of what's being suggested, and thank you for your deliberation on this.
Thank you, Mark. Ted. Hello, Ted Guy.
For the record, I'm Ted Guy, and I was watching from the comfort of my home, and easily started walking over here about half an hour into public comment. I think you're still going. I live across the street, or used to live across the street from Willits. I know the history. I know the pattern. I know how much was approved originally. I know how much was added back in 2001, 2002, and they're added again. So I am opposed to making Willits bigger, which in my mind makes Old Town smaller. If Mariner says they can't have a viable retail operation unless they get 91,000 square feet more, where's that leave for Old Town? We need about 400,000 square feet to have a viable community as defined by Mariner. We, I think, as a community, need to look sort of globally, Carbondale to Snowmass, how much commercial can today's population really support. Now, I know when we were doing the river master plan and some of that stuff, there was a number. You needed so many square feet per person. Now, I remember it as 15. That means we need 60,000 square feet. It can't be the right number. But I think before you take any action on this, you need to understand how much can viably be supported by this community. And it is beyond Basalt, because we know that a lot of people are coming down from Aspen, shopping at City Market and Whole Foods, and maybe going to dinner or lunch and going back. So we've gotten a tremendous kick, positive kick from that. But I just think we should say no. We don't need more empty commercial space. We have enough here, and they have enough over there, that we shouldn't even be talking about that till everybody's full. Then we should talk about whether or not the community needs more commercial. And remember, they still have a lot of unused, unbuilt square footage over there. So from that standpoint, do not amend the PUD. Second, I've got to agree with most of the people. We should not be giving tax dollars to a private developer. The mantra since I moved here in 1974 and Basalt in 1978, development pays its own way. So I say no. Thank you.
Thanks, Ted. Okay, I see a black arm back there in the doorway. And then the blue guy after the black arm. I couldn't see his face.
Hi, I'm Emily Ransford, and I live in Missouri Heights.
Hi, Emily.
And nobody's really spoken to this yet, but I would like to kind of address the traffic report that we just heard. Does anyone here think there's going to be no traffic problem until 2035? Just checking. I find that report just astounding. I don't know another word for it, because I don't understand why they can possibly say there's not going to be a traffic problem until 2035 when we were working and worrying ace Ace Lane's property, 9 out of 10 people said there's a traffic problem. And it just doesn't compute to me. So what I wonder is, what is the benchmark we're using to define traffic problem? Is it LA? Because it's not compared to what it was 5 years ago. I live in Missouri Heights, and I feel very lucky that I have a commute, that I come down the hill to Wendy's and I cross the highway to my office. Here's the rub. I can't get back because people are getting off at the Willits roundabout and coming down the frontage road and then coming back on Elgerbell Road to avoid that one section of cars. So one issue with that traffic problem, or that traffic report, is the buck stopped at Willits Light. Well, trust me, the cars don't. Okay? The cars keep going. Well, they try to keep going, but they don't. So there's a problem with the scope of that traffic report. We need to extend the survey past Willits Light, because Willits affects far more than up to Willits Road. Number 2, if we're going to do a study, why are we doing a study in August? There's no school traffic, the roads are dry, the ski areas are not open. That, to me, does not represent a true window of our world. So as the town of the Basalt, I would say, let's rethink that traffic study and let's do a study that's real. Okay? And, if we go beyond, and I'm not even looking at the big Willits thing, but when I heard those kinds of comments from a traffic reporter who clearly does not live here, anybody in this room can tell you anything beyond that we don't have a problem today. So the fact that that report is so disingenuous and so out of reality makes me really wonder what the rest of these reports are talking to. You know, we need to understand that this is our scope, this is our valley, and let's put it in those terms, not in the terms of LA, not in the terms of Denver, not in the terms of anything else, but let's put this decision in terms of what's good for our valley. Thank you.
Scott?
Yeah, the guy named.
Oh, I'm sorry, blue guy. I forgot, blue guy. I'm sorry. I did it.
Blue
I
guy?
did it.
No, my name is Craig Scott. I live in the Willis development. I built a house in there, own a loft in there. My wife has an office there. We all knew what we were buying into when we moved into Willits and when we built our house. We want this project finished. We understand that, you know, things change over time. You know, I know Mariner here is getting the rap. They're the ones that are taking the beating after, they're the third developer that's been in there. They're the only one that has ever done anything as far as Whole Foods, the hotel, the affordable housing, building more affordable housing than the project required. You know, also, I think from the last town council meeting, which, you know, this is only my second one that I've been to, but I heard 70% of the tax revenue comes from Willits and the Elgibel Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. You know, so if we don't have Willits, if the developer pulls out, Whole Foods goes away, you know, we lose a ton of tax revenue. We can't continue to, everyone suffers in the whole town. You know, I think we stay with the course. I encourage you guys to approve this so we can continue and finish this project out, not be like a base village. You know, we can set the precedent. You guys have the opportunity for the next developer that wants to come in and do the parcel to here by the river. Now that you've approved this, you know, this PIF, maybe someone else is going to be interested and say, you know what? Hey, if we can get a PIF, we can probably make something work in downtown Basalt, and everybody wins. So I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Scott Condon, Aspen Times, and also a neighbor of Willits Town Center over in Cypress Village. I do not have an opinion either for or against any of the proposal. I am paid to be a skeptic, and I am, like Emily Ransford, skeptical of the traffic study. I just don't know if those standards are from Aurora or what, but, you know, Mr. Joslin, in all due respect, I mean, I think if you spent time with Mr. Belinsky and myself on a Friday and walked around the project, you're going to learn a lot more than what your numbers from counters are going to tell you. And, you know, I think if you observe it, you're going to see that Willits Town Center has a internal circulation problem today, let alone 20 years from now. But, you know, traffic's going to sort itself out, and it's just going to sort itself out. The bigger concern is pedestrian. Michael and David, you guys sold it as a pedestrian-oriented project, and right now, you know, it's just not working that way. And if you go ahead and approve this, then I would highly recommend that you not do the we cycle. And I'm a big cycle proponent, but you're going to get some family that rents a place that rents a room in Element, that they're not going to have no idea what's going on. Some kid's going to get creamed in there, and it's just a matter of time.
Interesting.
Yes.
Just continuing on the topic of the traffic, we do realize present date that to get into Willits, even it does take, I think sometimes 3 to 4 lights to take that left-hand turn if we're coming from the Up Valley turn lane. So we do know that there is a problem present date to the moment. But then to remember what someone had said at a previous meeting was to be certain to address the traffic, but not make that the obligation of the taxpayers, but to make it the obligation of the developers, because if it's not associated at this point in time and we presume that everything's all right, then the financial obligation will fall later in the hands of the taxpayers, which probably wouldn't be appropriate. And so just that makes a good note, and so thanks.
Thanks, Patty.
She keeps doing sentence.
Yes, ma'am. rise, make your way through, Robin. Oh, no, not 14 pages. Oh.
Might back up. Good evening. I'm Robin Waters, President of the Chamber of Commerce of Basalt, and I have a letter to read from our Board of Directors regarding these considerations. And the Board of Directors of the Basalt Chamber of Commerce has followed the proposed amendments to the planned unit development of the Willits Town Center and related tax credit and revenue sharing proposals. They've asked me to share this letter with you and their thoughts. In preface, we believe that Willits Town Center should not be looked at as just a commercial residential development. It's now a creative and vital part of Basalt's foundation. A strong foundation, one that's sustainable and contributes mightily to revenues, will support Basalt's many aspirations to be a world-class community to live, work, and play. Several years ago, when the Chamber weighed in on other aspects of the Willits PUD, board members remarked that Mariner and InVentures had been consistently reliable community partners, following through related to the underpass, roundabout, housing requirement fulfillments, and other commitments. Tim Belinsky, president of InVentures and Mariner's local arm, management arm, serves on the Chamber's new economic development partnership and supports and contributes thoughtfully to a collaborative approach to overall community and economic development. Regarding this resolution, we understand there are three components: an amendment to Willits Town Center PUD to allow 91,000 square feet of additional residential and commercial floor area, a credit public improvement fee, a PIF, tax sharing revenue above the 2015 level, up to 1% add-on PIF. The Chamber Board feels that the square footage increase makes sense and is consistent with the original intent of the plan to build out Willits. Our understanding is that this is not an increase in mass or scale of the overall project, but rather an adjustment of the residential and commercial square footage to complete an evolving plan. As David mentioned, the Willits build-out has been modified by important addition of Valley View Medical Offices and Element Hotel, and the increase is needed to accomplish a vibrant, balanced retail commercial center. The increase also results in additional affordable housing mitigation using the higher of two relevant municipal requirements. So continuing to build this important foundation and ensure its full completion as envisioned by both Basalt and Mariner benefits both public and private interests. The council is considering some new elements to the existing agreement between Basalt and Mariner, a credit PIF and an add-on PIF. As we read the documents, complicated as they are, this public-private financing partnership works to benefit Basalt in the following ways: to protect Basalt's commitment and investment in Willits Commercial Center from competitive developments that may come online in the future, to concentrate development in this established mixed-use residential commercial area and contain commercial sprawl up and down the Highway 82 corridor, and to add more tax revenues sooner to Basalt with the likelihood that actual income from a quicker build-out will equal or exceed a longer-term non-PIF-based structure. The structure of the add-on PIF and sharing of sales tax revenues protects current levels, so there's no economic downside to Basalt as the project builds out. Overall, this puts more money in Basalt's budget to support goals outside Willits, such as downtown renewal, affordable housing, parks, etc. In summary, the Basalt Chamber sees the town's participation in this public-private partnership as vital to the interests of all of Basalt and trusts the council and staff, town staff, to arrive at a reasoned financing structure that will be a catalyst to achieving an overall goal of ensuring that Willits remains a vibrant part of Basalt's foundation for the long term. On a more personal note, when I first joined the chamber a year and a half ago, the streets were heavy with negative discussion about downtown and Willits, and did Willits kill downtown or did the recession? It wasn't pleasant. Oh, there was stuff about the chamber, and it was a little bit dark, and things have changed. I sense that over the last year, there's a growing appreciation for the synergy between Willits and downtown. And unfortunately, it feels that that Willits Basalt mentality is coming back as we discuss this issue. All of Basalt benefits from an integrated strategy, and all of Basalt will suffer from lost opportunity if each area doesn't realize its fullest potential. So some of the folks are still talking about the struggling downtown. There's no doubt, and I don't know that downtown's struggling more than Willits, but a lot of people don't see the businesses coming into downtown, and there are many over the last year. And what's more, there's at least 4 to 5 businesses recently I've talked to are having their best years in Basalt. So we have a good thing going right now. Tracy Bennett of Midland Shoe, who is now on the chamber board and a long-term business owner in Basalt, sent me a note to read to you. And she said, "It's time to get Willits done. The action will not kill downtown. I'll still be collecting 8.2 sales tax as always. Bickering and finger pointing and whatever nonsense is going on does nothing but kill morale." She added a few other things, what I've eliminated. But on an upbeat note to that, Eagle County has just confirmed that they're giving the chamber $30,000 for economic and community development. That adds to the $10,000 from last year. So I look forward to working with all of you to see how we can best apply those funds to the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Temple.
Hi, I'm Temple Glacier, and I've been immersed in land use for the last couple of months between Ace Lane and then I heard and what was going on here for the additional 92,000 square feet. Been on the planning commission for God only knows how long, way over 20 years, and only once has any development on land come before the board and asked for a reduction or less than what they had in place. And my feeling, just in general, is, and I don't know, good or bad, I think Willits is much bigger than it ever should have been. And I have been here my whole life, and I do have 3 children in Basalt, and Basalt has been my love for my whole life and 4 generations of my family. Finish what you've got, then come and ask for more. I don't feel that we need to just keep adding more and more and more before it's finished. And I've seen dirt piles, I've seen roads change, I've seen what used to be pasture for cattle turn into 3-story buildings. And I would like to see that what has already been approved be finished, be full, be vibrant, then you can add on more. And that's kind of been my philosophy, and it's too big anymore. Everything around here has gotten too big, and unfortunately, from a traffic standpoint, we keep getting traffic studies, and the local traffic guys aren't doing it because you get clobbered here. You just get clobbered from a traffic standpoint because it doesn't work right now. And I understand, yes, it doesn't work for a couple hours in the afternoon, but it also doesn't work in the morning on the way trying to get your kids to school. I've yelled and screamed at CDOT traffic engineers for the last 3 months, and it's only when I take my children to school because I can't get there in time no matter what time I leave. And traffic does not work right now. There are problems. The roundabout is too close to the intersection. We only looked at the traffic and heard about traffic tonight for the Willits. But ACE was denied, but it won't not ever be something. It will be something at some point. I just don't know what it is. And that whole traffic has to work. And traffic does not work in this valley as is. No matter which intersection you look at, no matter which development you look at, no matter if that development is at capacity, it's full, it's done, it's completed, or whether we know that there is more to come on. And the things that are in place right now need to be fixed before we continue to add things. And that's my only request, is finish what's there, see how it works, make it work right, and then you can add. That's all. Thanks.
Others? Katie?
Katie Schwer. I live in Willits. I have so many comments, but I'm going to start with, I believe that over the past few weeks and months, it's become pretty apparent that Mariner made a bad investment decision when it binged on distressed properties during the recession. That bad investment decision should not fall on the town and the taxpayers. I believe this is a classic example of capitalism on the way up and socialism on the way down when the ROI is no longer meeting the investors' expectations. I believe that Mariner either has an incompetent group of financial analysts with no understanding of the Roaring Fork Valley, or they entered this purchase of Willits knowing that they would seek this sales tax ploy, asking for the taxpayers to bail them out. One of their reasons that the town council should approve this 3-point application is that they want to quicken the build out and have the town receive tax receipts in a faster manner through the additional square footage. I must say that as a Willits resident, I am 100% okay with slowing down the rate of development and build out and receiving 100% of our tax dollars. I also question the validity of the numbers that are being provided by the developer to create all of these reports, such as the Ehlers report. I'm very skeptical of those numbers, and I hope that the town council has dug sufficiently into those to determine that the numbers are true and accurate. Over the past few weeks, actually over the past week to 10 days, I've been part of the park committee knocking on doors and obtaining signatures for the park petition. And oftentimes people would say, what's happening with Willits? What is this proposal? What's happening? I'm really concerned. I don't want my tax dollars to subsidize a developer. So I urge the council to use caution, err on the side of the public good, and not developers' profit margin. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Bill Infante here, and also from Basalt. And I guess just a couple comments, basically on project and public finance. But before that, I guess my observation, having heard from all of the interlocutors tonight, I mean, if we have excess capacity, it's not clear at all to me how building more capacity will suddenly result in greater revenues. The notion of building it and they will come hasn't worked for a number of years, and so in this environment, I'm not sure why it would work in the future. But the issue is a business case. If the developer believes that in their estimation, if they expand supply, demand will fill that supply, that is their case, their model, their risk. The question is really about bearing risk. If the project was good, there would be private investors. If we, in our estimation as individuals, believe that this was a viable project, we would invest our own money and take an equity position. But that isn't the question. The question is whether the banks should be financing this, whether other sources of finance. And if this was truly a viable business case, it would be a bankable project, and the banks would finance it. The banks, in conjunction with the private developer, would bear the commercial and other risk, the operating risk. But instead, what seems to be the case is that the project is not bankable in the commercial market, and therefore the municipality or the town is being appealed to as the banker for the project. This is the public finance argument. Whether we are giving them 1.5% of a PIF or some fraction of a PIF, whether there's a tax subsidy, an abatement, an incentive, some other transfer, the use of public funds to finance a private project seems inconsistent with what the private sector should be doing. So to rely on us for the purpose of helping them achieve their hurdle, hit their target, seems inconsistent with the role of a municipality. And so I would argue against the use of public funds for the purpose of expanding Willits, although I think Willits has done a tremendous job of bringing commerce and a certain dynamism to elements of the valley. So I am very much in favor of development that produces revenue, that generates jobs, that produces the kind of community that we want. But I do not agree with the use of public funds for that purpose.
Okay. Are you getting worn down? Yes, sir, Joel.
My name is Joel Mischke. I live in Willits. I'm a business owner in Willits, Basalt Bike and Ski. Wow, so many points, so many opinions. I just want to say what an amazing process this is. It's the first time I've really been involved in a process like this. I could go on and meet so many points, but the last gentleman I just thought brought up so many interesting points that I hadn't thought about, but a lot of his points don't slice the other way. So if we want this to stand solely on its own, then the sales tax revenue that they create, that Willits creates, is used by the town. But in turn, we ask them to do all these extra things. Traffic lights, WeCycle, daycare. If you, based on his comments, you have to take all that away as well. So you can't have it both ways. So again, I could go on and on and on. So much to discuss, but I just want and hope this project is completed. Tired of looking at fields, tired of looking at dirt piles. There is no great answer for this. We seem we're all stuck in the middle. So hopefully we look at all the facts, maybe take emotion out of it, and do what's best for the town of Basalt. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Anyone else? Going? Gone. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:33 and go to council comments. And also if you have questions of the staff or the applicant. Who wants to go?
I have
First,
a
Joel.
question. At the first reading of the ordinance, there was a whole bunch of residents of Willits here, almost all of them pleading with us to get the construction done. But one of the points they brought up was if the traffic study could look at a up valley merging lane kind of behind blocks 11, 7, and 12 on 82 to keep the inside traffic circulation down. I'm wondering if that was looked at and if it is a feasible solution to keep the interior traffic down, as Scott was talking about.
So maybe I'm gonna try to take a stab at
I thought Devin would want to, but I'm happy if you do.
Well, you're talking about, taking the connection on Highway 82, correct? Is that your question?
Well, they're asking if it was possible to have a merging lane into up valley traffic on 82, coming off of this side of Willett, so they didn't have to drive all the way through the traffic circle and create intra.
Yeah, I think Yancey Nickel from Soper's Engineering is gonna answer that one for us.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
You brought your own expert.
Surprise, that's.
Well, this is actually, Yancey works for Willits Town Center, but
Oh.
we've worked on this idea of reserving the opportunity for a couple of years, so Yancey's the good person.
Yancey Nickel with Soper's Engineering, and been involved with the project, well, before it was in this town of Basalt. And in fact, my office was on the site. So kind of history of that, the town of Basalt and Willits developer has looked at Lewis Lane going out onto 82. But CDOT has a access control plan, and it has restricted access there. So when 82 was widened and taken land, it was funded by federal funds. And so we would have to go and get a line break, is what they call, from CDOT, which would be not just the local jurisdictions, but all the way to the feds, because it's restricted access. So it's been discussed. We've kind of planned it so it could not be eliminated, but it creates a lot of issues and problems to try to do that at this time. And it is somewhat conflicted with the RAFTA stop. There would have to be some issues with that new BRT and the slip lane and the merging of the buses. And so there's a lot of issues. So CDOT, Dan Rusin at this time has indicated that if we tried with the town of Basalt and Eagle County and the developer, he'd give it about a 5% chance from a CDOT standpoint. Not meaning that we'd fight and try to overturn that, but I think it has challenges. I don't know if that answers.
Very well, thank you, Jens.
Okay.
You may also call it that there is an easement there, or,
Yes, yes. Everything's been planned. If that changes in the future and it was a benefit to the community and the town, it could be implemented. But right now, I think it has too many hurdles to implement, and it has issues with the Highway 82, the A line mainly.
Is it good, Commissioner?
That answers that question very well.
Who's next?
Gary, you got all those notes.
You know, the young man that was in the gray hat that spoke earlier about social, environmental, and economic being linked, I never really bought into the idea that Willits was hurting downtown. I think there was a lot of things that caused Old Town to suffer and Willits to grow. But I think I do believe in one Basalt. I never really thought there was an east and west. And I think that when you look at the social, economic, environmental issues around Old Town and Willits, they're the same. People want vibrancy, people want a place to go, they want parks, they want activity, they want a strong economy where they can grow a business, start a career, and they want to have rapid transit and walkable communities and trail connections to the great outdoor spaces we have. So my point of view is kind of following along with Robin, is that I see a lot of opportunity here. You know, I've sat up here now, this is my 20th anniversary. Actually, in 2016, I was on the council as mayor when Willits went through the process. I've seen consequences, positive and negative, on the decisions that we've made over the years. And this thing is so complicated, it's nothing that one person can figure out on their own and come to a conclusion about. It takes a community to decide this. I really understand the issues with the school district and the turnover in teachers. There's a great documentary on PBS right now called Raised in America that speaks to early childhood education again. Wall Street returns about 6% on your money, and if you invest in children, you get 10%. The cost of housing is everybody's issue that's in business, not just the school districts. So I also believe in affordability. I don't believe that Basalt should allow itself to become an affluent community. I hear a lot of ideas about raising real estate values. I personally don't think that's a good idea. I think that we need to keep it affordable. I believe in idealism. I believe we can get to the right answer, and we should be able to dream about how we get there. Just as an aside, we gave the Performing Arts Center group $130,000 as seed money to try to see if we could include the arts in Willits in that kind of a conversation. We've also supported the 50 affordable housing units with $500,000 that we pledged to the Archdiocese that they couldn't pull it off, but we continued to put that money into the pot to build this housing. We've invested $950,000 in the underpass that was constructed to serve the tree farm project, that we have a promise that someday we'll get that back. We also put $250,000 into traffic calming on East Valley Road years ago to try to address the traffic situation. The traffic situation is being driven by the core resort. Make no mistake that the Up Valley that's developing and booming is not creating the traffic that drives through Basalt every day. This isn't a traffic problem where traffic's trying to circulate in Basalt. This is a traffic problem that starts in Parachute and continues all the way up the highway. So we have a transit-oriented opportunity there. We have parking that Rafta will probably fill up in 10 minutes. And we have about $1,800,000 of your money invested in that infrastructure down there right now. And I'd like to figure out how we can get a return on that. And I'd like to figure out how we can get that sooner and later, so we can put that back into our community in other ways. You know, we are accelerating the debt right now in this community that we're taking on with questions about buying land and questions about converting developable spaces to parkland and those kinds of things, but we're not accelerating our revenue. And, you know, we're not addressing the risk that the town has in front of it on the 5-year budget in the financial forecast. It's really important. And, you know, we have a $10 million gap in the Willis Trade Center. We may have that big a gap in our downtown in order to restore it. So on the one hand, we found a vehicle possibly to make up that $10 million gap down in Willits. How do we get to the $10 million solution in downtown Basalt? And it's, you know, sharing's a funny word. It only means sometimes to some people that they don't want to share this, but they'll share that. And Basalt's got to learn how to share everything. And I'm not sure we're getting there. I was digging through some stuff, and I found a letter from our nursery school when I was in 1955. The day rate for a nursery school in 1955 was $1. And my mother got a letter from the nursery school, and she said, "I regret to inform you that it's now going to $1.50. And that affordable daycare component, or the daycare component, the affordable housing component, the partnership with the school district, all those things kind of push me towards saying yes to this. And this is probably going to get continued, I would believe. And I'm not really concerned about who feels how I vote. I don't really care. If you don't like how I vote, that's fine. If you like how I vote, that's fine. But I have to vote, you know, the way I feel. And I really feel strongly that this is something that needs to go forward, so.
Bernie?
Yeah, I have a question about procedure. Are we supposed to be, there's 3 potential ordinances in front of us, right? Are we commenting just on ordinance 1, or are we commenting on all 3, and then we're going to vote 1, 2, 3?
We're going to comment on all and vote separately.
Well, I have a couple other
Well,
quick
then
things,
you-
and then
yeah,
I'll shut
hey,
up.
Since we,
Future-oriented, not looking at the past, and what did we do in the past when we had growth? How did we approach that? How did the exactions work out for us? How much daycare did we get? How much affordable housing did we get? And how many real jobs were created over the last 25 years? This is a new approach. This is a future-oriented approach. It's the way things are done all over the country. In 1996 through 2000, whenever that time frame was, Willits was the worst thing that ever happened to the Mid-Valley. And you've heard a lot from people that say they love living there, it's a nice neighborhood, they can walk to restaurants. It was a real threat to the whole Mid-Valley, and it's turned out to be not so bad. The other thing I think is we want to focus on the urban growth boundary. We want development inside that metropolitan service area, and we want to be able to take care of it. Our policemen, our essential workforce, public works, is taxed every day because they have to go outside our boundaries to solve some issue. And we pay for that. We are now paying for that. So we're paying with our public dollars for our police to go out and protect unincorporated areas of Picken, Eagle, and Garfield every day. And we're not getting anything back on that. So, you know, you guys, when you think about what we're giving up, think about what we're already giving up, and how are we going to recoup that to make us fiduciarily responsible and financially whole as we go forward with these projects around here. It's an incredibly daunting task, and the confusion and the divisiveness out there is based on, somebody said the word rumor. You know, that's what it is. We have to uncover the facts and understand what they are. And sitting up here for 2.5 hours doesn't even get you close.
Herschel, right?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, Herschel.
Thanks. There's usually a saying on the wall somewhere here, I don't know where I got taken, it's a John Muir quote that I used to think was pretty nice, and now I think it is a basic truth of the universe, and it has to do with everything being associated with each other. You can't separate one thing out. As far as I'm concerned, and I think in various ways of thinking about it all, of the council. The idea is for the things that we do to make Basalt a place where working people and families can afford to live. The blocks that you see on these maps were approved with the original PUD. Willits Town Center does not have to come in and ask us to build something on them. They have approval. Because they want to switch the balance of the commercial because of the hospital, which was a great idea, and the hotel, which is a great idea, they have to come in because of our land use code and the mitigations that we require of them. They have to provide us with affordable housing and daycare and traffic mitigation. And actually, Patrice was absolutely right in saying that the developer should pay for the traffic mitigation, because they are. The cost of affordable housing we have on this board, it always amazes me how we seem to be working in secret somehow. We have some very aggressive, very ambitious ideas for helping downtown, for helping affordable housing, for helping daycare. There are some plots of land that are now available for us to get because of the new mapping of the river for our tax dollars that we dumped into the river, that we can make affordable housing. But this idea, gee, don't use the money there, use the money for these other things. Where's that money coming from? We only have two ways to raise money here: property taxes, sales taxes. We don't want to raise property taxes because we want working families to be able to live here and afford housing and all. And if you raise property taxes, you're going the wrong way. Sales taxes is what drives us. Sales taxes is what drove, Picken County when I was there. It's what drives Snowmass Village when I was there, and still to this day, to an extraordinary degree compared to other towns and counties. If they take this gamble with taking none of our money, and they build out their buildings in this way with the street level commercial, and it doesn't work. I mean, they can't rent them. They don't get any extra money. It doesn't cost us a penny because we're guaranteed the same amount of taxes that we are now. We're not gambling on this. Whoever keeps saying, don't give them the government's money, is not paying attention. If they make more money because their scheme works out, we get part of it. We get more than we were going to get anyway. And where's that money going to go? It's going to go to these projects downtown, these projects for the schools, these affordable housing for the fire and the police and the schools. They're going to generate the money. They generate 70% of our money now. I think that's including city market. But then when we get downtown back on its feet, they can contribute to the sales taxes also. Right now, it's not so much. I'm the only one on this board with a business downtown. I know what's going on here. So anyway, there are a lot of good reasons for us to consider this. I think we owe it to the residents, we owe it to everybody to do the best we can with the mitigations. But we're getting these other things for the whole town, for the whole area, because they want this change. Otherwise, they could build high-rise condos there tomorrow. So I think we should consider this.
Thanks, Herschel. Gary?
Bernie
Bernie?
was first.
Did you have your hand up?
I have my hand up.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I look at this conversation as, kind of a catalyst of what is going on in our entire valley. And I really look at this as a sustainability of living in this valley. I am very happy for Willits to finish what they started. They have an approval. They still have 180,000 square feet to go. They can figure out configurations of commercial and residential. you know, when they talk about unlimited RO, if they want to talk about more affordable housing with that free market, I'm happy to look at that. To me, I really believe development should pay its own way. And I really believe that, you know, no one has shown me that it's financially feasible to build more at Willits. I haven't seen it because you can't rent half of it now. And I just don't believe in renting more, building more space. I just don't see it. You haven't showed me a contract yet for any, like, of those spaces being filled now. I haven't seen any letters of intent or contracts of potential future. And we have space in Willits, we have space in downtown. It should be all market-based. I mean, it should be a simple market-based solution to all of this. And if that was all full and you were rocking along and you needed a little more to make it happen, I could think about it. But the way it is here is you're asking for the town to be your bank. And it just doesn't seem right to me. I don't think as the town, if you can't get the people in now, I mean, what is this really, I mean, what does our community really need? If it's not being presented in the places that are available all over, does the community really need a big box store in this area? And I can't see it. If it was meant to be, it would happen. And we wouldn't be sitting here, and maybe we'd be just talking about the extra 91,000 square feet. That would be a much easier conversation because we would all figure out affordable housing and everything else. I really love the teacher housing component of this, but that doesn't drive this because this is not solving our affordable housing issue. And I look at this as, you know, we're just not there yet. I mean, it's another thing that has divided this community. And I really looked at the fact that, you know, if you can't fill this place and you can't build the rest financially, do it over time. That's slow, smart growth. And that's fine. I wish they never dug the holes in the first place and there was still pasture there. You guys are definitely not responsible for that. But the reality is you just grow as you can. And you grow as the financial conditions warrant. And I think that, I mean, I didn't vote for it the first time. I'm not going to vote for it this time. I just don't believe that, you know, this is where our community should go. I really look at this as, if it's financially feasible, we do it. There's too many factors here. And I do agree that the traffic mitigation and everything else hasn't truly been looked at. I do believe that the study that was done back in 2000 that said that the development of Willits will impact downtown is true. It has impacted downtown because there's only so many businesses that this community can sustain. And they moved to Willits. And I'm all in favor of Willits finishing it. I'd love it. I go to Willits all the time. I love it. But I can't support building more without seeing what you got when you finish this. Let's see what the impacts to traffic are when you finish what's approved. Let's see what happens. And then we can move forward with discussions if we need more. And, you know, I look at that building, one of the buildings, number 3 right there, that's 70,000 square feet. You don't build that building until, you know, you come back in the future and say it's not happening. If you need little changes in square footage allocations and stuff like that, you know, I'm more than welcome to listen to that. But other than that, I mean, to me, this doesn't do our community, it doesn't do our downtown any favors by building more empty commercial that is not have a guarantee to be filled. And so philosophically, I know that Bruce does a great job financially and I love it, but philosophically, I need to see those contracts. I would need to see a lot more going on. And if we had those contracts, I don't think you'd be sitting here asking for, you know, the PIF and other things. So that's all I got.
Thanks, Garrett. Vern.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody who's come in and shared their opinions and thoughts. They're very sincere, and I would say that's the benefit of our 2-hearing process, where we put out a fully baked proposal for ordinance for council and the community, and then we give it time in the oven for the loaf to rise and people's ideas to grow and mature and gel, and we hear public input through the media and through letters to us and the editor, and we get a second chance at the second reading. And in the meantime, the staff has done a nice job of incorporating many of those concerns and issues, such as traffic, which had been raised at the first hearing, into our fully baked product, which the council will cut up in the end and serve to you, the citizens. And I take this responsibility very seriously of how we should spend or allocate our public funds, because we have many valuable plans and many values that we have, such as affordable housing, teacher housing, improved traffic, the Highway 82 underpass. The infrastructure of Basalt itself is underfunded because we don't have a lot of revenue to spread around. And we're trying to get the biggest bang for the buck that we possibly can. So that's what I look at my job as, but I'm also, by election, given the duty to plan for the future and guide the town to what I think will be the best direction and produce the best result. Like I said, we all recognize there are no guarantees. Even if we give this credit sharing on the taxes, there's no guarantee that this project will be finished out in this certain time. What we do know is that investment will provide an incentive, a substantial incentive for the developer to meet Gary's objectives of filling up the development with tenants, more vitality, more business. And as to his question, why in the world would you be doing this when you don't have enough tenants? Having been in business a long time, in finance in particular, you know, that's something the investor, the people here today, that's something they have to take to their board of directors and convince them with a business plan that there is a business case that makes sense to invest tens of millions of dollars in the fast completion of this project. Now, what we have heard, and is no surprise to me, is that like businesses congregate together, and probably most of you are aware of that. Why are all auto stores down in Glenwood Springs within basically spitting distance of each other? It's not that they're afraid of competition. They want competition because they know, people know there is a specific area they can go to and satisfy their needs for a new car with 10 different dealerships. They're much more likely to end up buying a car from a Glenwood dealership than driving over to Denver or somewhere. So that's the reason why it appears paradoxical, but there is sound business reason for taking this approach of building more when you're not already full up. And believe me, they wouldn't do it if their numbers didn't tell them. No guarantee, but there is a high probability of that scenario working out in this situation, in my opinion. Because I've taken this seriously, I have spent a lot of time fully understanding this graph. I've spent probably an hour and a half of our finance director's time going over it with her in detail, plus rereading my materials 3 times and speaking extensively with Bruce Kimmel, our, and I say trusted municipal finance director only because of his past record of advising the town of Basalt in reaching its financial goals, in issuing bonds, in getting the whole riverfront. I mean, he gave us the financial mechanism to clear the riverfront of the trailers and still take into account the interests of the people living there. And the town very humanely spent over $800,000 in relocation, and I've never seen that before in any town in this valley. So I think this, you know, we're just not all about numbers and tax and whatnot. We're also about the impact on humans and treating people right in this town. I've heard, to me, the most immediate concern is traffic, and I live here, I have the same problems. How are we going to stop more traffic? Do we go and tell Aspen not to build another hotel? Do we put a gate in at the end of the valley and say, no, you can't come in and see our beautiful mountains and so on? You can have no growth. I don't believe in that. I believe in smart growth. Smart growth is basically maximizing your density where you have density and where it's desirable. Here we have Highway 82, we have off and on ramps, we have bus, we have transit oriented. There's a lot of reasons why before we build across the street on the wrong side of the street, the north side of Highway 82, that we put our density here. There is not any more development going to be built once those are built. And there's not any, I mean, in terms of physical space, no more physical space is going to be taken up by giving these people another 91,000 square feet. They are going to get the flexibility to attract more tenants, and they'll be able to use their development abilities in a more reasonable and business-oriented way. So just believing in smart growth, I have to support that approach. The other argument, which is very strong to me, is that 60% of our income comes from Willits and Orchard Plaza with the city market. You have more people, more businesses, there's more reason for people to go to this one area and to support our two crucial businesses. I mean, we couldn't open our doors without that 60% tax income tomorrow as a town and meet our bills. And we are going to suffer some inconveniences. There are going to be impacts, okay? And nobody's presented me with a reasonable plan not to have any impacts unless you do nothing and let it stagnate like we have the downtown. Now, that decision was made 15 years ago. Right or wrong, I'm not looking back at that. That's the way it is right now. We've got this vibrant commercial economic center called Willits, and we've got a stagnant historic downtown. Revitalizing the historic downtown has been my #1 goal since getting in this office. I don't think us giving this to Willits in any way hurts them, and in fact, it's going to help them in the long term, because it's going to throw off revenues that we can then use. And this is a philosophical divide. You either agree or you don't agree. People have said they do not believe in supporting business through government. I happen to believe that if you look at the history of this country, that huge amounts of development in the United States that made it the economic power it is by the government investing in roads, in highways, in bridges, in overpasses, in scientific research. And this is something that's built into our system. And if we get a good return off of it, I think that is a good reason to consider, within reason, doing that subsidy, that tax subsidy that the credit PIF does. They got all kinds of good checks as far as they have a time limit, they have a dollar limit, they have reduced the risk to us, the town, to a minimal. There's always risk, but they reduced it to a minimal. The traffic is going to be with us. It's going to grow. I feel your same concerns. It's frustrating, but you know, we are aware of it. We have potential plans to deal with it, and I think if we are going to have more vitality, isn't that the essence of vitality? Is some amount of density and you know, being next to one's neighbors. Here we're concentrating it in one place that's economically beneficial to the town, and I do look very seriously at protecting our economic situation in the Mid-Valley. We've seen Ace Lane virtually was looking at a number of it would be one big strip shopping center of stores on the north side of 82, the wrong side of 82. You talk about a traffic nightmare, plus direct competition to the Willits Town Center. So I appreciate everybody's concerns, but I guess from a philosophical standpoint, I see nothing within reason of providing a government subsidy, and many arguments that, to my knowledge, coincide with the smart growth, to limiting the size of development, limiting the footprint, densifying it, and we see a big economic return. So I'm glad, I mean, there were some really good points, but I have to weigh the benefits and the deficits. And overall, I come down in favor. When we go to vote on the actual dollar amount of the credit PIF, I'm going to suggest a reduction in the amount would be appropriate, because we have to balance how much we give tax incentive to Willits, and we have to leave ourselves a sufficient amount of tax benefit to give to the downtown. And that's my main concern, is that we balance these two appropriately.
Is that the
I
end?
think I'm done.
Okay. Rob?
Yeah. Well, I had to beat these guys.
I know, but gotta get some air back in the room here. So, I voted in favor of this 2 weeks ago because I thought it deserved further discussion, and we got that. And thank you all. Thank you for the emails, but I also feel like it was loud and clear on my radar that we don't really have a public appetite here for our PIFs. I disagree with Gary when it comes to the commercial space, because even though we can add 60,000 square feet of commercial and it might not get filled, I'm quite certain that our 15 or 16 units for affordable housing teachers will get filled. And I think that's really important, especially since we passed the bond issue to pay for it. So I think 60,000 square feet spread over 3 really large buildings isn't really going to be noticeable by anyone in the public. And I'm really excited to get our affordable housing stock up and running. You know, I think Willits, there are places for density and there are places that we don't want density. I think Willits is obviously a place that wants density. I think Clark's Market is a place that wants density. I don't think the Pan and Fork is. So I think it's probably the right place for that. And I just got to add to the list of people questioning the traffic study, because one problem, one time a day, to me is from 4 to 6 is 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, 10 hours a week. That's the traffic problem. And I think we need to maybe fast track our studies and our solutions instead of waiting till 2021 or whenever that was. That's all I got.
Thanks, Rob. There's still air here. Mark, you got anything?
Well, due to the lateness of the hour, I'm just gonna say that I support ordinance 28, but I don't support 26 or 27. Basically, I support the land use, I don't see a problem with that, but I don't support the PIF.
That was so easy. Love that. Okay, I have a lot of stuff written. I will try to just hit the things I really wanted to say. First of all, this always amazes me that when you're just a person and you live here or you move here why? For a job? Maybe not. This is not really a huge career path for people. I think people tend to move here because they're coming from a bigger town and want to be in a smaller town. And I think our surveys have proven out, whenever we ask people, what are your favorite things about why we're here? What should we take care of? It's always small town character, parks and open space, trails. They never say, we love sales tax revenue. That's why we would like to come to Basalt. But as soon as you become elected, it flips somehow. And all of a sudden, your big concern is sales tax revenue. And you don't really talk about small town character and livability anymore. So my only 2 issues with this are, I'm in agreement with, I'm in agreement with myself and what I have heard since the 2 weeks ago when this council passed this thing, is that I don't think this community has the stomach for a subsidy for a billionaire, and I'm sticking with that. I would agree that if there was some way to create a subsidy for small town businesses, there's a lot of people out there who could use it, and I have heard from some of them. I don't believe there is squat you can do about traffic mitigation. In case you cannot tell, there is one street between Aspen and Glenwood Springs. There will never be more than one street. And we sit here and talk about what we're doing to our own town. Folks, this is like water. What you do to your own town, you do to everybody else. And rather than saying, let's hurry up and get ours, we need to be getting all together and saying, let's all be super careful because a lot of us have approved way too much already. And that is all gonna hit the fan, guys. Even if we don't approve anything else, the stuff that's sitting out there approved is gonna shut this highway down. There's just no way around it. There's double to build at Willits that's already approved. So I agree with Temple and lots of other people. We need to see what's gonna happen here with what's already approved. And I said it at the last meeting, I'm all for getting what's already approved built and helping in any way to adjust those numbers and heights and buildings to make that happen. I also, Gary's initial question was about the impact to downtown based on approvals at Willits. And, you know, we didn't make this up. We got a study 20 years ago before we approved Willits that said downtown is going to limp along for 20 years, which it's been. And you can't tell me that adding another 90,000 square feet isn't gonna make that last longer. And the fact that there's already 200,000, that's 300,000 not on the ground yet. I also get a little bit of indigestion over the fact that we, the town of Basalt, sent people to the Ace Lane hearings to say, you're going to cause too much traffic, and we can't stomach a public subsidy for Willits, for Ace Lane, because that will impact Willits. Guys, the truth is that if you will look at the whole valley, building in town and building density in town does not stop development from occurring in the unincorporated areas because the land is cheaper in the unincorporated areas and the county governments seem to be more lax in their approvals. What you get is this one and another one and another one and another one. You're not going, unless there was some law, a queen, that could be me, that said, we're only gonna build in Willits. That might work. Also, you know, the whole traffic study thing is bogus, and even saying things like putting more on BRT. I'm on the rafter board. I've been there since I was 2. BRT is maxed out, folks, and it's going to take a huge tax increase. That's more of our taxes, okay, to either build parking structures or build additional buses to drive around to individual streets, okay? Don't say RAFT is going to pick anything up because they can't. It's maxed out. I mean, the lesson to me on all this is you don't approve something that increases the size of your town quadruple, okay, which is what we did. We had no idea what the implications were gonna be. I'm a huge fan of incremental approvals. I think it's really, really wise to do it that way. That's the way they do it in Europe. And I think it's very, very difficult on a one-street valley to approve humongous development because we are hurting ourselves, we are hurting others, and I think we need to, in the long run, get together with the other governmental jurisdictions and sit down and have a heart-to-heart about what are we gonna do going forward. So anyway, I'm where I was before. I've heard, I wasn't positive. My gut feeling was that the community was definitely against subsidy. I'm sure of it now. And the one last thing I have to say is the decisions that we make on this council and most of the councils are irreversible. So I say, slow down, take it by chunks, and not by leaps and bounds.
I just want to say that I think things have changed when it comes to the definition of small town character. It's not 1975 anymore. And I know a lot of young people that come here because of the amenities that we have around us, the open space and things like that, but they also come here because it's a healthy, safe environment. It's a great place to raise a family, and it's a great place to grow a career. And all the other stuff has become kind of fringe benefits. And, you know, the issue of affordability of this community and the younger generation that's trying to come here and live here and contribute is threatened. And, you know, I think our old model of what a small town is got to be, you know, examined, because it doesn't work for school teachers that live in their parents' basements. You know, we have school teachers that work in the Basalt school system here, that went to school here, grew up here, learned to appreciate the community and the values that the community has, went away to school and came back, and they're living in their parents' basement. Okay? This PIF is not a bank. It's not replacing a bank. It is a public improvement fee that is structured so that these guys can build public improvements while the development builds out that benefit the entire community. And in a way, we would just be exchanging the money we would get as we normally would, and then we'd have to go out and build these public improvements, most of them, by ourselves, using tax dollars. In the past, we've been able to exact from developers certain things, but then we've also had to layer on all kinds of reimbursement agreements and rebates and everything else. Going out to the high school is a classic example of where the town funded millions of dollars of infrastructure and has not been able to get any of that back necessarily, because we don't seem to be able to find a new path to get our urban core built out. And, you know, I'm sitting here saying, yeah, it's great to slow down. We have been slowed down for 25 years here. And now we're seeing a little bit of an opportunity to maybe fill in some blanks with affordable housing, daycare, some traffic improvements, and hopefully that'll translate into someone willing to come to Basalt and invest in our downtown. But if we stay on this course that we're on, I'm afraid that this dream or this idealistic vision that we might have will be, you know, will be strung out even further. And I'm just not prepared for that. I think that the relationship between the core resort up there, Aspen Snowmass, and our town as a support town to that core resort is incredibly important. We have had, I don't know how many dozens of discussions with Pickens County. The land from Stubby's Bar south and west of here down to Hook Spur is sterilized. There's no opportunity for development in that unincorporated area of Pickens County in any way, shape, or form. They wouldn't have to go through an annexation process. Eagle County, you know, we annexed a portion of that down there. We didn't build it all, that was already there. Ace Lane will be back with a development, and then you have Garfield, which is really on our doorstep, and we don't even talk to them. And that's where the development applications are coming for 400 homes. Not Eagle and not Pickett and not the town of Basalt. And that's also where the demand for daycare is coming from, is the people that commute 60, 70, 80 miles one way to go to a job up at the resort. And, you know, we decided a long time ago that if we could establish a position of strength in Basalt and negotiate from a position of strength with developers, create partnerships, keep the development inside our urban growth boundary and in our service areas, we'd be a lot better off, and we would have a better handle on controlling our own future instead of being impacted every single day by the development activity up valley. 91,000 square feet of a municipal building is what's proposed up there in downtown Aspen. Imagine it, you know, and imagine the workforce and the traffic and the materials and everything else that's got to go up there. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. And if we don't get a handle on what we want in this community and continue to focus on affordability and everything else, we're just going to become another core resort. And if anybody is really going down that path, I'd like to know who they are, because I don't know one person that wants us to turn into a resort. We want to be an area that's attractive to tourism. We want to offer amenities like open space and trails and connectivity, but we don't want, you know, it's already been said, the billionaires push the millionaires down here. What are we going to, what's the next step in that process? So we have to decide what our future looks like, and it's got to be independent of these influences and parenting that we receive from outside our community. I feel like sometimes a second grader with all the advice that I get from people that don't believe Basalt's a mature community that could stand on its own 2 feet and make its own decisions collaboratively in an environment like this. And I'm really kind of anxious to get to that point in our development as a community, and meetings like this are a good way to do that. but they've got to continue, and we've got to pick the path regardless of what these other outside pressures bring to us. We can take them into consideration, but right now, they're almost controlling us. And it's been that way for a long time, and we have to establish a way to deal with that, but get what we need in our community where we can take care of it on our own, and not rely on whatever happens up there to come down here like a tidal wave. And you can see it happening in Carbondale. There are just as many empty storefronts on Main Street in Carbondale, if not more, than there are here in Basalt. So the opportunity is here, and it's here now, and, you know, I'm gonna support this all the way.
Ursula, get a motion?
Can we get a motion?
I do have a motion.
Okay, we need to go onesie, so
Yes.
6A.
I move
26.
we approve on second reading ordinance number 26, series of 2015.
Second.
Further discussion?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I said before that I support the credit bid, and for all the reasons, don't have to repeat it. But I did say there has to be balance between what we do down in Willits and what we hope to do up in downtown Basalt and on the river. And since I do believe in government kickstarting or investing in public and private ventures, I very much would anticipate and want to provide similar type of financial assistance to what we would like to see be a beautiful park and some level of development. And I think this, to me, trying to balance the needs and wants and desires, which is conflicting in this town, I just don't see how we get there if we don't have an economic engine reliably pumping out resources, tax resources, to do things like that. I want more parks, not less parks, but how do you want to pay for them? We just passed a very nice, and I fought for it too, was that property tax on all of that improvement in our schools, 45 affordable housing units for teachers. That was phenomenal. It's never happened before in our whole area. And I didn't know if it was passed. But we paid a very substantial tax increases. We have 1,600 property owners, and we taxed ourselves a very substantial amount for that. I would like not to have to go to the property taxpayer again for an equally or greater amount to support the amounts of park that we want to see developed on our riverfront and on our downtown. And I've been pushing it, and that is develop that land we own of the confluence of the two rivers and have a series of gem-like parks along the river and have Basalt really claim the title to River Town and have parks that are world-class that bring people to us. But to do all that, we need some sort of steady and reliable economic base, and I think we can do that passing these. Again, because I'm concerned with balance, I would ask my fellow council members if they would consider adding an amendment that would reduce the amount of the credit.
Is that this
tax.
one?
Bernie, the procedure is for you to make a
It's-
motion to amend.
And actually, just a procedural thing, maybe we should clarify
It's the
the
wrong ordinance.
ordinances. Yeah, because 26 is the
Oh,
code
this is
amendment.
27.
And it's 27 that you want to make the amendment
Right,
on.
so I stand corrected.
26 stands on its own.
Right.
If you want to make a motion consistent with what you just said on 27, that's the process.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on 26.
26.
Right. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
26 fails.
So you can't do 27.
Can't do
because
27
Why
then.
can't we do 27?
Because you need 26 to pass 27.
Okay, so can we do,
Well, you got to vote on it anyway.
So maybe we should just, so everyone understands that for the record, 26 is the code amendment that allows the agreement to be adopted.
okay,
27 was the adoption of the agreement for both the credit PIP and the add-on PIP.
And while they are separate ordinances, they cannot function independent,
So why do we need to vote on it if it can't?
because it's a separate ordinance.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Well, if we pass it, it's not gonna work. You won't, if you do, then somebody better ask to reconsider 26. Because if Okay, there's I any got you. consistency, they should both rise or fall the same. Okay.
It has to be a loser for reconsidering though, doesn't it?
You're
Or-
not
or
there
no
yet.
vote,
You're
I
not there
mean to
yet,
say.
Herschel. Let's
Yeah.
worry about it when we get there.
No vote, I mean to
Yeah,
say.
let's get a motion on.
Once you get a motion and a
Clarification.
vote.
Is now the appropriate time to me suggest this amendment, or wait till the,
Or you could make the
Bernie,
motion and then.
Is there a point?
We'd like to know what it
26
is.
fails.
I thought you just said we had to vote on 27.
You do. But if you
But we
vote
can't
to
pass it.
approve 27 after not approving 26,
You have to go
you've
back.
got
to
a major problem.
Unless somebody reconsiders.
Because you've got to have 26 passed.
Unless someone
passed.
votes to reconsider.
Somebody would read, and that has been known to happen in this council.
Well, what's your amount,
Okay, make a motion.
I just had somebody ask what's the amount. I think cutting it back by 25% to 4 million would be reasonable. That's my personal opinion.
Is that a motion?
That is my motion.
Is there a second?
On 26, are we reconsidering?
No.
No, we're on
27 is
27.
Bernie's
27, I've
motion.
made a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Excuse me, but you're offering an amendment to 27 and there's no motion on
The
27.
motion
No, I'm
to amend,
offering a motion.
Herschel,
He's offering a
when there's a motion to amend, you vote on the motion to amend first.
There is no motion.
There's
He was
no
making a
motion, so
Oh,
he's
I'm
just.
sorry, I
he
thought
was
there was a
making-
motion on
He was making
27.
the motion. and-
Sorry, I
and-
moved you too fast then. You need a motion on 27.
So we have a motion, we have a second, okay? All in favor?
The amendment.
No.
There's no
No, we
amendment,
don't.
this
We
is
have-
just a motion. Okay, all in favor?
Wait a minute.
What are
wait,
we,
wait,
we're vote, I need,
Who moved to
Okay,
approve 27?
Hold on.
Bernie.
Bernie is making a motion, he is not making an amendment, because there was not a motion on 27. He is making the original motion on 27. We have a motion and a second on 27.
Hold on. Before you vote on 27, if there's a motion to amend, that gets handled first. But you need a Your second motion to
I
amend? 27.
make a well, let's just get this straight. Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 27, series of 215 on second reading.
Second.
Now, is there a motion to amend it? Decide that first.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I move that the town council approve an amendment ordinance number 20, series of 215, number 27, and that is to reduce the amount of the credit PIF to $4 million.
Is there a second on that as well? Okay. All in favor
Of the amendment.
of the amendment?
Amended, of the amendment.
Amended
Of the
motion.
amendment,
Aye.
Fails.
okay. Now, is there
Now you
still a
vote on the
motion
original.
on the motion? Okay.
27.
All in favor of the motion?
Of 27.
Correct. Approval
Ordinance 27.
Opposed?
fails.
Okay, so are we done with 27?
Correct.
Yes.
28,
28's all
All
that's
right,
left.
28 is,
right, and we have the amendments on the yellow sheet, which
There are-
included, the parking garage and then just a minor change on condition number 7 to clarify.
You have
Is this
proposed,
moot
you have
because
pro-
the others failed?
no.
No? I move approval of ordinance 28, series of 2015,
With the amendment.
with the amendments.
Staff amendments.
Second.
Yes. including the yellow sheet.
Okay. All in favor?
Discussion?
Okay,
You can
discussion.
ask.
I just want to make a statement here that I don't always just think about sales tax when I'm sitting up here. And I sort of don't even think about that at all. I think about how we're going to be successfully supported through whatever revenue stream we can come up with, including trying to figure out how to partner with other entities. So anyhow, I just want to make sure that when you get elected, you don't necessarily turn your brain off as it relates to small-town character and start thinking about dollar bills. Anyway, that's my comment.
So, do we have any more discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Passes 5-2.
Thanks, guys.
And so if we want to reconsider 26, it has to be a no vote?
Right, to reconsider it.
Someone on the prevailing side
The no
needs
side.
Yeah.
to move reconsideration.
Which in this case was the no.
Half those people
So
are,
I
you got it
can't-
anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Break, everybody.
Yeah.
We're done, aren't we?
No, we have a few minor, we've got to thumb the art slate. Yeah, right.
All over the place.
Must be very, must be
All we can do is what we think.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be afraid to lose your seat if you believe in something, you gotta vote for it.
Right.
Sorry to bother you. Just want to make sure I understand.
Where'd everybody go?
Yeah.
Good inspector, always.
Let's reconvene, guys. Let's go. Let's do it some more. Okay, we are now on the first readings. And the first one is 7A. Oh, these are together at the same time too, aren't they?
Yes, you could
Susan?
open 7A and 7B.
Okay, we're gonna open both 7A and 7B, so it's ordinance 1 of 2016, an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a contract to buy and sell real estate between the Roaring Fork Conservancy and the town of Basalt, and ordinance number 2.
Oh, can I just read it? Did you read the whole thing for the record? I'll do that for you,
Between the
Jackie.
Roaring Fork Conservancy and the town of Basalt, providing other matters properly relating thereto. That was an important part that I missed.
I know, that's true.
Okay, and this second one is ordinance 2, an ordinance of the town approving a lease agreement for construction and occupancy of a river center at 22826 Two Rivers Road on property to be owned by the town. All right, oh, wait a minute, is there another one?
Nope, just A
That's it.
and B.
Okay.
So, building the Roaring Fork Conservancy River Center and building RMI were two important goals that really came out of our town planning process. And in 2014, in August, we approved a pre-development agreement with Roaring Fork Conservancy. And the purpose of that pre-development agreement was really to set a framework for how we could help them get the Roaring Fork Conservancy to go build the river center. And then last year, we approved a resolution that really set out the main framework of the fight. I'm gonna just close that door because I actually can hear myself talk. Sorry, I could hear my echo of myself on TV, so it was throwing me there for a second. But we approved an ordinance in a resolution in 2014 that really set this framework, which is really that we're gonna purchase back the property that the Roaring Fork Conservancy purchased from us, and then we'll enter into a lease agreement with the Roaring Fork Conservancy. And we'll do this action simultaneously. So the first ordinance is the contract to buy and sell the property for $400,000. That's the amount of money that the Roaring Fork Conservancy gave us when they purchased the property. And then the second ordinance is the lease agreement where they lease back the property that they're gonna need for the river center. And we've highlighted on this is the lease agreement that shows the boundaries of that area, which is essentially the boundaries of the initial construction plus the expansion and the courtyard area.
How many year lease?
There's a time frame set in the lease. Basically, once they get, there's performance dates that they have to satisfy. Once they get a CO, the lease goes for 99 years. So the other piece of this that we wanted to kind of share with you before we answer questions is that we wanted the Roaring Fork Conservancy to have the opportunity to kind of show you the work that we've been working on, and these are the development plans that you'll be seeing in the near future. So actually, maybe Rick and Larry Yaw are here from the Roaring Fork Conservancy, and maybe if they could kind of.
Can he get a
I just have one quick question. When we negotiated the purchase of that Levinson property and split this off, we had an appraised value on that property of $800,000, $900,000, and we sold it at a discounted rate to the Conservancy, which is around $450,000. What's the do we have any idea of what it's worth today? And are we paying, I've been looking at this, hoping this would get done for a long time. And we took that step, and then things went south with the recession, and contributions weren't there. So is it the $450,000? Is that what we're talking about?
Right, and my
The original-
recollection was originally that.
It was
the
50 cents on a dollar that we sold the
I'm actually,
property
Rick,
for.
not remembering that piece. I
Yeah.
thought that we had an appraisal and they paid the appraised value, but you could be, you could be correct on that. But the idea here was just to do an even transaction.
Just reversing
between-
the transaction.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. I just wanted to make sure I understood that we're reversing a transaction that we charged 50 cents on a dollar for, and we're doing that out of an incentive to get this thing off the ground. And I think it's important to recognize as we go down the street that this is not a fair market value for this piece of property. This is a really good deal, and it's probably a good deal for us to buy it back, I guess. I mean,
Bought at a great price. Well done, guys.
It sounds like Councilman Stevens might be negotiating on our behalf a little bit this evening, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so, are you finished, Susan, or, okay, so, I guess it's council questions, or is this this is not a public hearing, so, anyway.
And we will have, this is first reading.
First reading, right, guys, anything besides Rick?
Motion to
I thought
approve.
those guys were gonna talk.
Yeah, they was gonna
Oh,
talk.
Are you
wait.
gonna talk?
We're just gonna run through a couple quick slides.
All right.
If you guys are comfortable dealing with 4,000 square feet as opposed to some multiple of that.
Can you make it bigger? No.
I'm good.
So James, if you could please advance to the next slide. Again, I'm Rick LaFaro, Larry Yaw with Roaring Fork Conservancy.
Tired like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Okay, so here you can see we have a conceptual plan that we've been working with town staff and DHM Design on that really kind of highlights the site and the work around Old Pond, and particularly as it relates to the River Center. Next slide, please. And here is a close-up detail. Again, this is all very conceptual at this point, but as we've discussed before, the ability to create a wetland exhibit, this really demonstrates the vitality of a wetland with some boardwalking that would allow for full accessibility, full handicapped accessibility, with also some elements of some stairs, outdoor classroom, and other ways for the public to actually interface with a very unique and state-of-the-art wetland exhibit here. So again, this is conceptual. We've been working closely with DHM Design and town staff. I know that you all will probably see a similar rendition of this, if not this exact thing, but we're really excited for the direction that the center is taking. Of course, all of the park amenities as they exist now, and continuing that with Old Pond, and particularly this wetland exhibit. Next slide, please.
How do you get that water to flow?
We'll utilize a recirc pump, yeah, exactly. And here's just a conceptual of some children on the boardwalk. You can see Two Rivers Road and the hillside back behind there, and really interacting with various levels of water depth and different types of wetland plants at different depths there and whatnot. So just to give you an idea. Next slide, please. So that's kind of outside, and Larry just has a few comments specific to the facility itself and the architecture.
I think backing off my position as a board member and backing into urban design and architect, which I am, there's a number of things I think that really commend this as a new part of the built environment for Basalt. If you recall in the site plan, as you're approaching this town, so the town entry quality, I think, is a significant, really nicely done part of this. As you approach from the east toward the town, and you come past the riparian areas and the wetlands, and then the pond, and then the building gently ascends to the east and ends with a nice deference, a little shorter, smaller and shorter than the RMI building. So you have this going from nature right up to the to meet the space between that and the RMI building. This element here, look over there, is a green wall, and that's a porous wall, which on the other side, of the court side of this, is exhibition and educational space. And we really do three things. You know, it's education, it's river science, and it's managing our watershed. So I think that green wall in all seasons well, it's porous, is going to work with the grass, and it's when the trees, the deciduous trees goes away, it's going to work with them. And the same on the siding of the building. It will be, it's an impregnated wood, but it's impregnated such that on all exposures it will turn this sort of nice warm gray that the trees in fact do. I think the building form, as you saw in the plan, really forms a really nice, quiet, subtle background for what we're calling an outdoor room, the whole pond. And it's all publicly accessible, which is a really neat part of it. The project also is a prototype for what I'm going to call a common folk sustainability. In other words, the strategies we're using for sustainability are strategies that are effective for a whole bunch of levels of habitation, not just this. So it's going to be a really nice, in that respect, a nice demonstration project for the town as well. And I think that's, you know, I'm going on. I think that's enough. Those are some of the elements I see that you wouldn't necessarily see by looking at some images.
Gary?
Well, the question, I mean, how close are you guys to final fundraising on this?
We're within $1 million, just under 1 million.
Our objective is next summer.
Next summer?
We are at the design development level with Harry T. doing a great job. We're enjoying that dialogue a lot. And what's nice about it is that we had all of us had this kind of a communication setup where it doesn't matter where the ideas come from, as long as they're ideas. So that's called a collaboration, I think.
Well, you know, it was zoned originally for about 60,000 feet over there, and we've managed to get that reduced down to, between the both of you, about 25,000. And the idea of integrating Old Pond and the stormwater feature that exists there into a more constructive use of the land and transitioning to Old Pond and then behind RMI is pretty cool. And I don't know how many of the improvements were completed with the recent improvements around Old Pond, how that phased into yours, if that caused you to realize any savings on what your program called for. But I do have a couple concerns about the elevated walkways and things like that that were constructed over at Midland. So if you could keep them a little bit lower.
Across the way, you mean?
Yeah.
Library.
Yeah, if you could keep them a little lower to the ground, and there's no exit to that park over there. You go in and you've got to circle around and go back the same way. So if you could get a good circulation between there, Old Pond, RMI, and whatever we end up building, take a look at that. And I know DHM did all the design work anyway, so it should be pretty continuous. And,
we hope this will be just a really happy marriage between the two concepts of River Park and River Center. I mean, they're integral. They support each other, and they support an image of this town. I think it's very positive.
how does the streetscape fit into this? Is it a continuation of what's in front of RMI, or is it end up stopping at the property line where it stops now?
Continuation of what you see in front of RMI, maybe with a slightly different parking configuration.
We're thinking maybe we ought to try to angle these.
Get rid of the island while you're at it.
Not backing up the traffic.
So we have a motion to approve this deal, and where's the funding coming from? That was the other question. From us?
The
Post?
400,000 is to come from Post. There's an additional 100,000 that the town had committed to for infrastructure improvements, and that'll come from.
So this is part of a purchase that's, because one of the goals was to reimburse the $3 million bond from the sale of these properties, so we're kind of back to finding another way to find reimbursement on the $3 million original purchase on Levinson.
So what's,
Actually, approval of ordinance number 1, series of 2016
Second.
on first reading and set for public hearing and second reading on January 26th.
okay.
Quick question
Yeah.
before we vote.
Really,
What's the
thanks for
lease
raising it.
amount?
It's $1 a year.
Okay.
It's really,
Upfront cash.
really tough one.
Okay, and I wasn't hearing your answer to whatever that question was about where the money is going to
Well,
pay
the
back.
Levinson actually had,
Okay, I still can't hear, what was the beginning of that sentence?
So they're asking about the original bond.
Right, right.
So that was paid down, and the amount that we refinanced just recently was just a tick under 2 million.
Right.
So that's included with the new money? that we
Well, you
bonded.
actually have 3 bonds. You have the old bond, you have the double tax exempt bond, and then you have the taxable bond. But this money that we're talking about is post dollars, which isn't in the bond.
No, it's not.
Yeah, how does the, post was open space and trails and parks, how does that qualify? Just
It's capital purchase of a park.
capital purchase of a park that's gonna have a building on it, but that's public use? Okay.
So that works, though?
A lot of places do that.
Yeah,
They put the nonprofit river centers, museums,
What is
visitor
left in
centers.
the fund?
in which fund? Because
Post.
you have, okay, Post, Parks, Open Space and Trail is an annual collection of 1% of the sales tax, roughly 1.3 million. So Judy, currently,
I would say about 40, probably close to 800.
After this or before this?
Before this.
So we'd have 300?
Well, no, we have money coming in
Every
every single
single
month.
month. Oh, okay.
Bonds, you don't have any revenue being generated. You just have debt service. So that's completely separate. So we have our bond fund, which has the 3 bonds in it. This, we're talking about post dollars, and each and every month when we get sales tax, 1% of that goes in there. So at the end of the year, I would say roughly 800,000. I haven't closed the year end. I don't, I mean, it could be a little bit off of that.
Okay.
But each and every month, we continue to collect funds.
And can the lease be transferred?
not without the town's approval.
And why was 99 years picked? Is that just normal number?
There's some magic in saying 99 years as opposed to something longer that can be deemed a conveyance in fact, even though it's not a conveyance.
Okay.
But legally, 99 is deemed acceptable as one of these archaic rules.
Right, right. Well, I just want to say, it looks better and better every time we see it, I think. It's a beautiful building.
Thank you.
My only, this is not a concern about this project, but I'm not hearing anything positive from partners about underpass money. And I don't know if that's something that you're hearing something different than I am.
That's probably a separate discussion.
I'm just asking because it's the same money.
well, as relates to the underpass, we just applied for a $350,000 grant for Safe Routes to School. We're rebidding the package to see if we can get some savings. How many construction companies? 12? 11?
If you remember, it was probably the cruddiest day we've had in a long time. 11 contractors showed up. We got a pretty thorough letter from SGM on some suggestions that were made by many that were in the room. Places that we may have over-engineered it, places where they thought there was potential savings. We'll take that out to bid by the end of this month. We're asking for those to be back by February. So we're hoping to have some.
Yeah,
I didn't mean for this to be a whole separate side discussion, except for I worry about that because it's been years and years, and I just, I mean, I really want to do this, but we can't do everything. Yes, Rick?
that was a meeting, I think, where we got an invitation to that actually, to come, went out to 50 civil guys. And it was a meeting to value engineer the project. It wasn't a pre-bid.
Correct.
We had 11 people show up at this opportunity to give feedback about the construction costs, not bid the work.
Right.
Those are two different processes, and, you know, we'll see how it goes when it's bid, but,
Yeah.
you know, one of the issues we're gonna be talking about in February with this roundtable in business and construction is the Glenwood Bridge and airport expansion and all the other things that are sucking our, one suggestion was we're gonna have to build a man camp to get all the work done, so.
Oh my God.
That'll be interesting. So I hope these guys came back with some good ideas, because, helpful.
Well, I'm sorry I took us down that road. I just always need to keep track of that one because it's not happening.
So far, we had a motion and a second
We
on the
got a
first
motion
one.
and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And
Thank you
then-
for your support.
And then the second ordinance, ordinance 2015, that's the actual lease agreement. The idea is that is going to be required to be done simultaneously. And there'll be just a flag that a wrong page was included in your packet, so I put it in front of you. It wasn't a page of the lease that was particularly vital, but it was the last page, but.
Okay.
I move approval of ordinance number 2, series of 2016.
3, isn't it?
2.
2. We're good.
We did too.
You did 2, which
No,
was the,
one.
We did 1.
we just did 1. Oh,
We
I'm
just
sorry.
did
I'm
one,
sorry.
we're doing
I started
2.
with 1. Sorry.
Sorry, got me
There's a
going.
lot of people talking at once here.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, done and done.
Thank you.
Tired.
Thank
We're
you.
moving.
Thanks for staying so late.
Evening ends pleasantly.
Yes.
That's right.
Okay, first reading of ordinance 3, an ordinance of the town of Basalt, amending chapter 4, revenue and finance of the Basalt Municipal Code to add a new Article 8, establishing a 1% for the arts program. Susan?
A lot of cities have 1% for arts program. It's not a new concept. Cities from Nashville, City and County of Denver, and Carbondale in our valley. When the town established the Basalt Public Arts Commission, one of the directions to the committee was to make a recommendation on financing, how we were going to be able to finance public art. The Basalt Public Arts Commission, of which Nancy is a very active member, reviewed the 1% public arts program. They unanimously approved setting up the program. Nancy is here representing the Basalt Public Arts Commission. She has a few words on the slides that she would like to show. And we have the ordinance here that amends the code and establishes the program. There was one question I got today, or comment, there was a little bit of confusion about 1%, because we use the 1% a lot in our discussions in terms of our parks, open space, and trails, which is a sales tax. And this fund's a little different. What it does is it says 1% of the cost of a public project. So if it's a $750,000 capital project the town of Basalt is doing, then $7,500 is set aside in, included in this fund that we could be used for public art.
Herschel's got his hand up, Rick.
Yep.
Herschel?
How much money are we talking about annually, ballpark?
With the project.
It's really hard to say. What?
Is it project-based?
It's yeah.
project-based.
Yeah. So name some projects that would cost.
Basalt Avenue, underpass. Say it's 7 million, 70,000.
So,
Wow, yes.
can I ask a question just to make sure it's clear? If you have a $1 million project, 1% is 100,000.
10,000.
I'm sorry, 10,000. Is that added to the 1 million, or is it part of the 1 million?
It's part of the 1 million.
So you don't add it on to it?
So that's the town's piece that they're gonna contribute?
So then that has to be considered in the evaluation of the project cost?
So- And so basically, every project we do costs
1%.
1% more.
Is it only?
Well, wait a minute, no, that was my
projects?
question. It doesn't cost
No.
1% more if it
You gotta
comes out of
kick
the
in.
budget.
Well,
It
it costs
depend-
1% more because
But that's what I'm trying to figure out. The project is a
If
1
it's a
million.
$990,000 project, it costs 10,000 roughly, making it $1 million.
Right, but if the bids come in at 1 million, you're gonna add 10,000 to that, right? Money's gotta come from somewhere.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all I'm trying to.
So somebody else is funding the other 99%?
well, we are.
Other fund, we are.
Paying the
We're-
whole thing.
and
It's a public project.
You
We are,
guys,
but
can you really just one at a
Yeah,
time,
I'll raise
please?
my hand.
Yes.
Do the math for me. We're gonna do $1 million project, and we're paying for it, the
Right.
town, somehow.
Right.
What's the 1% have to do with anything then?
It goes,
Economic development, community community gathering, vitality in areas that don't have it. In the 60s, the National Endowment for the
Yeah.
Arts started realizing that the cultural activities in towns was bigger than any other aspect revitalizing
Okay,
cities.
so is this on every project that so it doesn't matter whether it's civil or stormwater or water line or any public improvement project that we do, and I don't know what our capital program is, it's gonna get bigger, obviously.
Right.
Right, so it'll be in the $2-3 million range over a period of 2 to 3 years, maybe more. Underpasses 6 to 7 million, so that's 60,000.
correct.
Okay, that we have to find in that budget. Okay, and then water mains downtown or affordable housing site development or anything that we do that it's a capital outlay,
Capital project, correct.
capital project, okay. So that's,
Okay, we got Rob, then Bernie.
So it's only a public, there's no, it's not a private,
Correct.
Correct.
I mean, I'm in favor of supporting the arts, but it seems like an odd way. Why don't we just give them the money and not tie it to projects and have variable years and things?
You know, sometimes it's easier to ask someone privately to step up and support those funds. That's what has happened all over the country is, you know, the towns will adopt these ordinances and then ask other companies to adopt that 1%. So it's possible that some of the funds could be a public-private enterprise as well.
Okay.
It's just a way to get more people involved in the vitality of some of the projects that go on in a town.
I have to say, this was my reaction. I called Susan on this and said, why is this happening again? Yeah.
so it doesn't necessarily put art on the street
It does.
until you accumulate, like we did with the carving on the corner here of the Fisherman. That was, and the bronzes in front of the Alpine Bank building, those were all, I think that was $25K, that little bronze deal. I don't know where the money came from, but I can't remember. But, so is the intent, let's say we do $1 million in capital improvements, you only get $10,000. Then you want to
Correct.
try to leverage that with
Yes.
private donors and
Yes.
artists and so on? Okay.
Yes, yes. And we also plan on carrying some of those dollars over from year to year until we can get a significant amount of money, you know, promising money because of certain projects, but making sure that we can do really comprehensive projects that serve the needs of the community.
Others?
I just would like to give you a little more information. I'm the chair of the Public Art Commission that you put together, so you've created your own monster here.
It's our fault.
Exactly, exactly. I'm Nancy Lovendahl. I've been living in the Valley for 41 years, and I've been a public artist for 25 years. I've worked with so many different municipalities that have looked to do these kinds of projects, especially towns that are very similar to Basalt that lack vitality. And I've done very small projects that are, you know, $2,000 up to my largest project is $300,000 to date. And so I wanted to show you a few images of what public art can look like, because it's moved way beyond beautiful bronzes that are already in Basalt to things such as this. If you can take a look at this. This is Janet Eckelman. She does woven light sculptures that are suspended above civic areas that create a tremendous amount of conversation about environmental issues as well as civic issues. Can you,
That's a pointer, just tell James when you need to move it, sorry.
Okay. One of our real interests is to incorporate a lot of kids and school projects into our percent for art ordinance, so that there's lots of ways for people of every age group that can participate. This was an underpass project, not what we're suggesting for our underpass, but just wanting to show you some variety.
We get a lot of people to use
You get the
ours.
kids walking to school, wouldn't you?
Exactly. They might love it. So there's many ways to incorporate public art. Here you see on a, I believe this is just a sign pole that's extended higher with, you know, many different either seasonal or topical projects. And of course, any of you that have been in Chicago, this is the amazing new Performing Arts Center that's right in Grant Park that was developed by Frank Geary. Also has many parks adjacent to this that have completely blown away Chicago. They originally had 20 million set aside for it. The project has gone up, I believe, to 100 million, and it has already generated close to $500 million of extra commercial sales. Now, obviously, that's a huge project, but these are some ideas of things looking different in the Civic Town Hall. Thank you. Oh, this actually is a project that was adapting some grain elevators in the Midwest, so. You're already spending $150,000 a year, generally, for public projects that are aesthetic, public art projects. Is that correct?
I think we had about 100, including the signs, I thought last year was like 100,000.
100,000.
Yeah.
So slowly over time, it wouldn't just come out of your kitty, it would be more attached with what you're doing. That's the benefit of a percent for art. In a way, you can almost track a little more closely the allocation of the funds, rather than just us coming to you every year and saying, we've got this great idea, this is what we would like to do. So it would give us as a commission a way to slowly build up a whole program that serves all of the community based on projects.
Wouldn't that be easier to do when you knew how much money you're going to get each year?
I think that it almost is program-driven, to be honest, because I think that, you know, I've been here all night listening to everything that you're thinking about. No, actually, it was really helpful, because I think that the arts create a wider conversation between people who disagree with each other. I think it's a way to bring people together. And so, you know, everyone's trying to address Basalt regaining its vitality, and I think that our aesthetic projects are really the best idea to bring people down here. You know, any decision about the riverfront is going to have a major public art presence to it in order to bring it up to the standard that we all want, that will attract people.
I totally agree. I'm just trying to make your
Well,
job
we have-
easier.
Make my job easier?
You know, at least have a, you know,
Well, it doesn't, because we have to do annual appropriations, and basically,
right,
we can change
you have
it
to
in
come
the
back every year, and that stinks, but at least you have an idea of what you're going to be getting 5 years out.
Rick?
Actually, we have a 5-year asset management plan that tries to define what we're gonna spend every year in terms of what we're gonna collect every year. And part of that is a study on the infrastructure in downtown that needs to be replaced. So over the next 5 years, you're probably looking at 5 million. Well, more than that, because you have the underpass in there, which will be 6 or 7. So then you have potential improvements that that we are going to have to do. I mean, you could be looking at 20 million over the next 5 years. And so you look at that, it's $200,000, right? So I think you can plan. And I think we need to have that plan in place because we gotta figure out how to build that into our system.
Certainly. And just know we're happy to accept more than
I know.
1% for the arts.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I get that.
And we were anticipating the 1% when we adopted the budget, so, the numbers that we put in the budget for the PAC commission this year, we're anticipating that we were gonna be able to come and implement this program.
Okay, so, are we squared around more or less, ready to take action?
Oh,
I'm looking at you,
you're
Virgil.
looking at me.
The motion man.
I move approval of ordinance number 3, series of 2016.
On first reading.
And first reading and set second reading.
I'm sorry, on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for January 26th. Thank you.
Is there a
Second.
further discussion?
Only if I could hang my art on the streetlights out here, I'd go on.
You'll have to come in front of the commission.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying.
Thank you, Nancy.
Yeah, thank you.
It was
I
an
can't believe
education.
you stayed for the whole thing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, guys, 1 second before we adjourn. Guys, Rick, Bernie, I just wanted you to notice that there is a draft of upcoming work sessions and meetings, just for us to take a look at and give input back to staff. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
All in favor? Aye. It was in there.
It's in the
It
packet.
was in our
Yeah.
packet, I never got to that page.
Makes it easy to.
So rainforest conservancy down in
Approve.